Hi everyone. Today we'll be doing one thing and one thing only, which is reading Dead on Arrival or Rowling's Autopsy from top to bottom, pausing as we do to read footnotes as we encounter them. That's all we'll be doing in this video. This essay ties to a larger body of essays that, unto themselves, will be going into a fourth book volume tied to my larger book series. If you want to support me and the work that I do, you can like, share, and subscribe to this video. There is also, at the bottom of this essay, more information about me. You can read the entire thing if you want. I'll just read the first sentence or so. My name's Persephone Vanderwaard. I have my MA in Gothic English Literature and independent PhD in Gothic Poetics and Little Gothic BDSM, focusing partially on Metroidvania, and I am the author of the multi-volume nonprofit book series Sex Positivity versus Sex Coercion or Gothic Communism. Again, you can like, share, and subscribe, but also I take donations for my work, which goes towards helping sex workers, trans people, and other minorities. I currently take payment on PayPal, Patreon, and Cash App, etc. All links are available on my Linktree. Every bit helps. Said Linktree link will be included in the description of this YouTube video. Other than that, this video will be quite long, given that this essay is quite large, dividing into 3 different parts, of which I will go over in just a moment when we look at the table of contents. Needless to say, I anticipate this video to be at least several hours long. To navigate it, simply use the timestamps included in the video description. Dead on Arrival, or Rowling's Autopsy and Those Who Shill Her, a semi-scripted follow-up to the Birdman's Bigotry, April 4th, 2026. This bibliography doubles as my script for a follow-up video to video essay number 2, The Birdman's Bigotry, Black Excellence in Harry Potter Fandom Furthers Transphobia. In regards to Black Excellence, see a note about tokenism deeper in. Its aim is less to focus on Birdman, tokenism, the monomyth, rainbow capitalism, or Black Snape, which the video essay covered already, and more to analyze Harry Potter, the character and the franchise, fans, parallel stories, e.g. Tolkien's works from Lord of the Rings, alongside J.K. Rowling's dubious decoration of different bigotries, as Dead on Arrival inside a larger Gothic dialectic of the alien as something to hug, fuck, and kill, i.e., during social and material analysis, the ensuing synthesis and chaos, seeing Little Gothic BDSM, calculated risk, push stubbornly towards communism. In doing so, Dead on Arrival makes one big fuck you to Queen Turf and her lackey's fascist slop, a compendium all on its own of anti-capitalist, thereby anti-racist, anti-fascist, etc. goodies. The front half, the essay side, is complete. The second half, the bibliography side, is incomplete, will be filled in both as I add to it when I read it on YouTube, and whenever wayward readers stumble across its contents themselves, a staging point / continuum for future offensives. Source thumbnail, The Birdman's Bigotry vis-a-vis exposing the grift, Harry Potter, and the curious case of Black Snape. In regards to J.K. Rowling, who also writes under a male pen name, Robert Galbraith, a famous conversion therapist. Source Emma Nolan. Rowling plays dumb, of course, but worth noting is how her bigotries appear in her Galbraith stories, which, per the Gothic tradition, focus on detectives and mysteries to solve, namely crimes. But we won't be focusing on those, save to say that Rowling is a deeply hateful person, i.e., she's a capitalist in the Gothic mode, which affects every aspect of her life and her work normalizing hatred through a centrist brand, the neoliberal MO, someone with the power of a god who chooses to keep things unequal to keep exploiting workers, namely children, using Gothic canon. Capital is a deeply unequal system, one that makes people cruel through owners, capitalists, embodying what capital the state demand. Rowling's a bully, emulating her empire's worst habits, a two-faced slaver projecting them onto her victims' kicked sandcastles through schools and houses as state corporate feeding grounds disguised as home, but intimating and scapegoating their own predatory, vampiric alien elements through fatal nostalgia, generational feeding, and trauma. re. The Gothic Castle, per Bakhtin, granting viewers inside-outside constant historical reminders of dynastic primacy and hereditary rights, dungeons, while also, per Hogel, mostly being fake. Capital rapes everything by design, feeding cryptonymically mid-abjection on entire worlds and peoples. The monomyth, classically incumbent on state vampirism, maintains the status quo through universal bigotry as sold to people, i.e. in ways that steal their money, labor, and discourage critical thought, in bad faith. A broader thesis, one to remember when camping the canon in Promethean ways, which we'll unpack. Capitalists embody that model to a fault, hoisted on their petards, when death inevitably calls. Buy my shit, enriching these thieves materially in life, but turning them into hopeless addicts reliant on others, workers who create, to merely postpone death. Table of Contents. Note, I've expanded Dead on Arrival since first publishing, table of contents included, and while I've made numerous changes throughout, the clear and obvious addendums are in bold and color-coded. Concerning state vampirism, disclaimers, changelog, foreplay, it's dangerous to go alone, take this, or different things to keep in mind. 4 points, foreplay, skull equals theft, and camping it, citing my Praxis volume, citing my monster volumes, footnotes, how about side by side with a friend, thanking Ethel Thurston, aka Essence of Thought, a note about tokenism. Essay half, whether it is right or advisable, Revenge of the Snape Wife, The Worst Witch, re. The Promethean Quest, Camping the Canon, Monomyth Necropolitics, or It Does Not Do to Leave a Live Dragon Out of Your Calculations, featuring Donald Trump, Failing at YouTube and Other Things, or Why Bother Camping the Canon, re. Bad Empanada, Punching Up While on the Hip, re. Cryptonomy and Abjection, Fortune Favors the Bold, or Naked Courage Sharing Gothic Spaces of Play while in the buff. Bibliography half, original bibliography, from others, from my work, further reading viewing, for holistic purposes. Before we start, re. State Vampirism and Rowling as a Universal Bigot, Trans Stuff, Other Criticisms of Harry Potter, Toxic Love, Disabilities, and much, much more, Racism and Making Snape Black, Geopolitics, Bad Actors, Bridging the Gap, Calibrating Gothic, Learning from Others, in conclusion, Changing How We See is Already Dead, and footnotes. Necropolitics from Achille Mbembe, the state deciding who lives and who dies through the assignment of death warrants tied to the profit motive mid-abjection. Holistic meaning, e.g., gender/culture, race, class, and war/the Gothic, re. Gothic communism, is a holistic discipline pushing for intersectional consciousness and solidarity, awareness and teamwork under state predation, mid-abjection. Intersectional consciousness being a neologism I coined, one meant to combat various forms of reductionism, class, culture, and race, i.e. by building on Marx's notion of class consciousness, combining class with culture and race consciousness, awareness, to raise emotional Gothic intelligence, while synthesizing praxis, abridged, source, paratextual documents. The next several sections are sections that I read every single essay that I do, so I'm going to abridge them here. Concerning state vampirism, this piece, essay or otherwise, is part of a larger series on state vampirism. As I conceive it, state vampirism equals feeding through the state mid-abjection, be it openly capitalist or Marxist-Leninist. Abjection being that which state predation and revolutionary action both rely on to function, i.e. on the aegis as something to further or reverse mid-vampirism through paid-unpaid labor, re me vis-a-vis Julia Kristeva. And then I go on to define abjection as us versus them, alienation and fetishization, hauntology, retrofuture, cryptonomy, showhide, and chronotopes, time-space. At the end of this description, I talk about something called the whore's revenge. To break the profit and productivity motive by making a world for which it and rape are no longer possible using these methods, i.e. by using the same demonic insulating language Capital does, but at cross purposes. Source, Rape Reprise, 2024. The whore's revenge essentially being the revenge of unpaid labor as a whole, challenging capital, capitalist realism, and to a lesser extent, socialist realism. Disclaimers. Dead on Arrival is part of my Sex Positivity book series, which continues after its June 2025 finale and small-form content, e.g. essays on and interviews with other sex workers, all of whom I credit on my acknowledgements page and sex work page. Disclaimer regarding essay contents. All opinions are my own, i.e. as part of my research, conducted alongside my book series. The material within is written speaks about public figures and popular media for purposes of sex, education, satire, transformation, and critique, hence falls under fair use regarding copyright and free speech regarding defamation/obscenity laws. Content warning. Classic artistic nudes and bikini-style pinups, which I'll be censoring somewhat for this YouTube video just because YouTube tends to get pretty finicky about stuff like that. Fascism, genocide, and rape. Rape meaning, from my definition, to disempower someone or somewhere, a person, culture, or place in order to harm them, generally through fetishizing and alienizing acts or circumstances, socio-material conditions that target the mind, body, and/or spirit. Rape can be of the mind, spirit, body, and/or culture, the land or things tied to it during genocide, etc. It can be individual and/or on a mass scale. Source, psychosexual martyrdom. Police brutality and carceral violence, transphobia, enbyphobia, homophobia, and furryphobia, werewolves and shapeshifters, fear of crossdress and BDSM, racism, shadism, fatphobia, classism, xenophobia and ethnocentrism, Anglocentrism, e.g. Brexit and anti-Scottish independence, aporophobia, hibernophilia, animal cruelty, child labor, abuse, soldiers, pedophilia, ageism, forced transformation and torture, e.g. bury your gays, conversion therapy, Satanism, ableism, mental and physical health, anti-Indigenous sentiment, appropriation, Islamophobia, Orientalism, anti-Semitism, whorephobia, and sexism, cis misogyny, or otherwise. Concerning keywords, my arguments rely on various keywords I've previously coined, which here present in bold while color-coded, usually only once, while stressing their keyword status. While some are given here in abridged form, definition-wise, Paratextual Gothic Documents provides all neologisms in full. Lastly, we have my changelog. I'm not going to be reading these, but if you're curious about the changes made from the start of me writing this essay to its completion, from top to bottom, you can go from the most recent to the initial release and read about those yourself. Foreplay. Since polishing this document and building on it, I've decided to add a bit of foreplay, refreshers and things to keep in mind for deeper in, and a couple other things that don't fit into the larger essay body or bibliography, but touch poetically, often in mythical language, on broader socio-material issues, racial or otherwise, that other authors have also written about below. Class war, tied to sex, gender, and race, are endless. There's always another castle and battle to be fought. Image source, John the Duncan's Universalism and the Anti-Woke, cited operational difficulties and revolutionary cryptonomy. It's dangerous to go alone, take this, or different things to keep in mind. All roads lead to Rome, Oz, Hyrule, Camelot, etc. are a mission statement and remediating modern-day Rome. But it's dangerous to go alone, so take this. Actually, take 4 to be on the safe side. 4 things, foreplay. First and foremost, Rowling is a universal bigot, A bigotry is an activism, slurs or otherwise. To that, she normalizes Gothic and sells it to virtually everyone, except trans people, using Gothic's usual highlighting of taboos to further abject stereotypes for profit, and while remembering how state vampirism equals feeding mid-abjection, which amounts to bigotry through alienation and fetishization, also remember that, from Marx to me, capital alienates and sexualizes everything. It monopolizes violence, terror, and morphological expression, monsters, through sex and force. Ari, Weber, Esprit, and me see the state its key tools from paratextual documents, and its qualities through the state are secular colonial, heteronormative, and Cartesian, Ibid. Any excursions into hell, the unknown, unheimlich, the home in chaos, entail such devices, our current adventure built upon, echoed by past ones stacked, mise en abîme, through endless dualistic concentrism, in and upon each other, monomyth or otherwise, per palimpsest, e.g. the cycle of kings, shadow of Pygmalion, an infernal concentric pattern, i.e. a Russian doll staring back at us, Valley of the Beast, on the Aegis. Image source, Percy Moans, Dark Link, a character reflection, and triumph. Furthermore, Rowling abuses Gothic to enact witch hunts through persecution language, i.e. furthering abjection while playing the victim, Darvo and obscurantism, meaning deny abuser, reverse victim offender, and the theft of different language in bad faith, both common devices used by fascists, which neoliberals essentially are, though they tend to focus on a freeing of the market to allow states and corporations, re Mussolini, to feed as much as possible. Except Rowling and her fans do this with a plethora of different bigotries, isms, married to phobias. The difference between a basic phobia and an ism, or phobia standing in for an ism, is that one speaks to individual intolerance, fear, or repulsion, e.g. arachnophobia, and the other links to socio-political hatred, stereotypes, and violence, e.g. TERFs and Rowling's transphobia, part of fascism as a whole. Rowling's Gothic has both in spades, a canonical Gothic cashing in on terror through moral panic. More bigotry equals more profit, which Rowling assembles and presents through the Gothic stagey and thin, Ari Hogel, assemblage of dated cliches and dead, good versus evil metaphors. Harry Potter, then, is Gothic without Walpole's irony, Lewis's delight, or Radcliffe's enchanting wit. Instead, it's just witches policing witches, good cop, bad cop, the Ministry of Magic and Death Eaters, essentially secret police, warrior societies, their own cats and dogs refrain, comparable to the Jedi versus the Sith from Star Wars, and wizards versus ring wraiths from Lord of the Rings, etc., maintaining order. Wizard synonymizes with cop, and all cops are bad. In turn, any healthy relationship swaps out for something vampiric towards the state, mid-abjection. Ringleader prescriptions of nuclear sex and force, addicted to give-receive violence. Harry kills the bad guy, gets the girl, and becomes a cop defending his castle at the end. The monomyth trifecta. Second, and while keeping those things in mind, which I will remind readers about deeper in, also remember how these essay-specific thesis statements tied to state vampirism, which appear in bold to make them more noticeable when they appear. The monomyth, classically incumbent on state vampirism, maintains the status quo through universal bigotry as sold to people, i.e. in ways that steal their labor, money, and discourage critical thought in bad faith. Capital, the state, is omoless, see Le Guin, footnote 2a. Whatever the form, capital is dead on arrival, gentrifying and decaying en loop, while supping vampirically on our blood, sticking us in our sleep. This requires that workers wake up, while on the slab, or worse, while ignominiously holding the scalpel. The Promethean theft of power from the gods is a lifelong endeavor. Victory is raising a finger to start with, camping those hypercanonical things that enact unironically necropolitics, the deciding of who lives and dies, in monomyth language. Third, I mention a small Radcliffean equation several times. Skull equals theft, from state vampirism, which in Gothic extends to castle, or alien castle of the skull, vampire, pirate, etc., as visible or semi-hidden, meaning the black, white castle, and a centrist monomyth scheme, clutching pearls, the Romans fearing Hannibal and his barbarian guerrillas, i.e. of state vampirism alienated from death, but reliant on death as alien versus nature as alien. To endlessly feed on, through necropolitics, the liminal ontology of war, danger disco, the traveling castle symbolizing capital's boom or bust contradictions. Any discussion therein concerns the historical material presence of theft and generational trauma, rape or otherwise, generally a mastery or a master race, in a master-slave dichotomy that feeds to preserve itself at the cost of something else, in which it then tries to hide cryptonymy and abjection, rebellious workers punching out from hell to resist woman is other, part of nature is other, female or otherwise, white or otherwise, straight or otherwise, able or otherwise, etc., having the horror's revenge, e.g. voicing their concerns in highly conspicuous yet veiled ways below. Fourth, this piece, like others in this essay series, features models, sex workers, unpaid labor from said series, i.e. having the horror's revenge, e.g. Lilith May and Maddie Minx, who likewise tied to other models in said series and work I've done with them, like my interview with Ellie Reeds above. Skull equals theft and camping it. Gothic communism is a holistic, poetic enterprise, which I want to unpack more before we start. Broad strokes, babes. Here we go. Returning to point 3, states feed in disguises that reveal hide, a cryptonymy that Hogel refers to as restless labyrinth in the Gothic novel, and whose holocausts follow that same basic refrain to numinously camp, novels or otherwise, i.e. in pursuit of divine forces tied to things that aren't wholly visible or invisible, but darkness visible, from Milton, that workers for versus the state play with in cop survivor ways, re from the poetry module. Ironic or not, castles are the most famous and camp-prone Gothic location, from Britain anyways. It's not just castles though, but anything capable of operating in terms of any aspect of the Western home, nuclear family unit as compromised, i.e. as alien, doubled, and fetishized, especially in medieval, dated forms, reflecting on societal decay as barbaric, torturous, and regressive. The ghost of the counterfeit and process of abjection, unironic xenophobia, threatening an invader, demanding access from outside. Let me in. According to these criteria, our torturous camp can manifest through any location, i.e. to inherit and reenact shelter through as disintegrating, thus dysfunctional, disempowering. Source image, The Darkest Dungeon 2. Except also, in turn, Gothic empowerment is rooted in disempowerment as something to reenact through ironic fetishes, i.e. the aesthetics of death, unequal power, and alienization, which the state wants to monopolize and ultimately prevent our reclamation of their power. Rape, death fantasies that play, when, ironic, actually empower the subject by making them feel in control through calculated risk, i.e. psychosexual theater and Ludogothic BDSM, re from our teaching section. A dark, freaky church where no one gets hurt and there's lots of sex. It's the Neo-Gothic in a nutshell. Trauma manifests through the body and depictions of the body in ancient, castle-like forms, to which rape, torture, and sacrifice, all in quotes, are very different, in quotes, than without. A prison that sets you free, a torture dungeon that restores your passions and your health, a dangerous place, often a castle in some shape or form, fronting as capitalism decayed, that opens your mind, once inside. Source, a song written in decay. To do so is to play with enormous feelings that paradoxically conceal themselves, usually in a closed space that feels menacing and oppressive, sublime, weird, numinous, etc., a place of concealment or vanishing point, as stands on mere ashes of something not fully present, Hogel would write in Restless, and what Manuel Aguirre would describe as the infernal concentric pattern, where the hero crosses a series of doors and spaces until he reaches a central chamber, there to witness the collapse of his hopes. Source, Geometries of Terror. In Gothic, and from Medusa to us, power is mythical as something to commune, play with, accordingly. Think of it as power in small, of capital and its decay in small, least unimbibe, for owners to exploit workers while reifying and playing with power that upholds capitalist realism, canon, or for workers to reify power themselves and interrogate where it is, upon their virgin whore bodies, camp, re. interrogating power through your own camp, and back to Jadis's dollhouse. The emblems exist for both sides, but their function isn't guaranteed or obvious. A black pearl or vampire in their coffin that takes as much as gives, and threatens radical transformation when certain boundaries are invariably crossed too far, usually death. I digress. Skull equals theft, and home equals vampire, alien, the uncanny parasite, superimposed over the middle class's idea of the state, nuclear home, i.e. those with imposter syndrome fearing replication and replacement, re. the ghost of the counterfeit, their land and homes occupied by the owner class and their scapegoats, who call such things danger, the black veil from Radcliffe, re. Radcliffe's refrain, or prosperity, the neoliberal MO, one where fascism and communism share the same kayfabe stages and costumes. Either way, theft is present according to a site of rape/power imbalance and abuse, often dragons as symbols of power and witches of persecution, which iconoclastic workers solve any confusions about, i.e., by uncovering the mystery of theft mid-abjection, the sudden appearance of the Pirate's Cove, whorehouse or dragon's roost, etc., over home to highlight a secret imperialism already there. They do so under surveillance themselves, i.e. when playing theatrically with these devices alongside class traitors, therefore enemies, re. during Ludogothic BDSM, to cryptonymically and passionately camp canon, reverse abjection and capitalist realism, anisotropically and apotropaically in duality. The Promethean quest, or half-real quest for power, theft of power from the past. The wisdom of the ancients, or cultural understanding and application of the imaginary past alongside real life. From strong-thighed bargemen to evil counts, bitches love monsters, great and small. The castle generally an extension of its occupant, and vice versa, through questions of ownership, contested mastery over sex, the nuclear home, resolved through force, above. In turn, power is stored in our so-called batteries. The Gothic loves a good pun, hyphenating sex and force in search of numinous, divine, mighty, and alien things, re. castles in the flesh. Wealth as power sources, but also symbols and devices of class war liberating sex work as a whole through intersections of gender and race, as culture more broadly, emblems of some such land back, labor back, and sex back slogan, class war is ass war. Moreover, class war is ass war on the aegis, i.e. class war via sex work, with the intersections of culture and race, the whore's revenge occurring by raising emotional Gothic intelligence and awareness to reduce rape on a societal level, re. intersectional consciousness during said revenge. Source, the wolf is loose, honoring Renee Good and all victims by fighting back. Every body is a black mirror to reverse abjection with, the horrors of Gothic communism using what we got, darkness visible to break state icons, and capitalist realism matrix style. See footnote number 3. I, as an operatic, highly campy matter of understanding sex and force, and how to play with them. Die on these hills if you dare. As my PhD explores, such things sit between canon and camp, e.g., die, monster! You don't belong in this world. Source, Clyde Mandolins, How Symphony of the Night's miserable pile of secret scene works in Japanese. Cited essential keywords a priori, from concerning my audience, my art, the reading order, and glossary. Yet the feeding function and trauma demonic exchange, transformation, and desire for the state is solely to enrich the owner class, which cops pimp-like facilitate, i.e. nature as much as feminine, for the state to eventually exploit pimps and whores. The oldest profession, therefore labor struggle, haunting the present, in highly policed but also commodified ways. So keep the fractal recursion in mind, i.e. states' rights to prey on workers versus worker rights to resist rape, Pygmalion versus Galatea, or Perseus versus Medusa, cryptonomy and abjection, re. introducing revolutionary cryptonomy and transgressive nudism. Capitalism, I write, leads to universal alienation, sexualization, and fetishization to serve profit, which has a functional opposite, worker liberation. This means that monsters speak to the good evil in and around us as a historical material consequence of those dialectical material forces forever struggling between owners and workers, obedient or otherwise. They take infinite forms, but do fall into some fairly distinct classes. Source, Monster Volume Outline, Part 2. The carrot and the stick, Gothic exploitation and subjugation, and invigilation, of the damned, i.e. with irony and without, alongside liberation as likewise ironic, unironic, canon versus camp, e.g. fears of dying while alive, the live burial trope, defense of the home being an overreactive defense, feed, or we're all gonna die, above, from the Monster Squad, Van Helsing, and the Virgin reading the Forbidden Diary, i.e. of it, the state seen as oneself that must feed, yet doesn't permanently heal or respond to medication, Cinea sense, capital, the state raping and dying by design. A historical material terror counter-terror binary for the state to feed, and anisotropically for workers in their rights to also feed. A subversive, dialectical material means of counterculture on the aegis, its loud, soft re-education happening alongside ceaseless entropy, demanding release from capital's baked-in contradictions and abuse. RE skull equals theft, which translates poetically to monomyth action, punching down to preserve the state, to reward the hero at great expense, and Promethean stories punching up to throw a wrench in the works, workers versus owners, states' rights versus worker rights, forever. In turn, it's a liminal space to be messy through play as frank. Not before after concealment, as Adoc Vi Manon explains. Source, Facebook. We use the same language, darkness visible, when the membrane narrows and hell's mouth opens wide above. Source, Brianna Ziegler cited psychosexual martyrdom. And in the same basic hero-villain, demon detective ways. The only difference is the flow power travels, cryptonomy and objection, canon versus camp. What could be called the human condition, and the hidden pain, secret sins, and buried regrets that rise to the surface, reflect in these symbols and the struggles they ominously portend. Though we live and die, love and betray, in ways both ordinary and exceptional, and a variety of stolen things both ways, e.g. video game speedrunners of the non-Nazi kind, re. Hot Carl, still falling victim to the usual historical material realities in ancient to modern comedy drama. As someone who investigates fascism in gaming, the speedrunning community, there's something oddly relaxing about a top-level speedrunner who isn't a Nazi, just a seemingly normal dude talking about the game he loves in fairly mundane ways, railroaded by a rival player and their lover. So scandalous. Source YouTube community post Persephone Vanderward 4/6/2026 in response to Nifsky's "They changed the rules to sabotage my task, tie, progress." Good actors work alongside bad in a shared masquerade. Likewise, fascists can take and warp phases such as fascio, meaning bundle or sheath, but also league, in bad faith, to speak to unity as platitudinal, home defense begot from theft, and historical ways backsliding regressively into capital's worst habits out of its barbaric past, i.e. that served the state through false rebellion, re. Parenti's black shirts and reds, but the same idea of roots bound together to withstand storms, which fascists also call themselves, Stephen Miller stealing from older Nazi Joseph Goebbels, can evoke through indigenous cultures and those going native, as I have, tree magic to disguise and advertise workers and nature versus state vampirism. Source, image, Facebook. Furthermore, Gothic from Plato's allegory of the cave, affecting how we see in different ways in simulacra or shadows, re. Who's Frederick Brennan, to more modern versions of the same basic illusions, e.g. Milton, Swift, the Shelleys, Marx, Derrida, punch through their insulating fabric, what Frederick Jameson in 1982 called elaborate strategies of misdirection to invoke supreme forces, i.e. the push-pull workers to get at their otherwise forbidden things the state can never fully hide. Instead, they can only conceal partially in the wake of their own feeding as part of the plot. The dialectical material meta of nature as alien versus the state, cryptonomy and abjection, a veritable kayfabe-style wrestling match upholding or denouncing the nuclear model and its vampirism through the state. Any perceived quest for a solution sits in the middle, which I argue demands camp to break capitalist realism on the aegis, but we'll get to that. This infernal concentric pattern has, in Gothic, one and the same function, to destabilize assumptions as to the physical, ontological, or moral order of the cosmos. It is like a Mandelbrot set below, finite and from within. We cannot reach its end. It is a labyrinth that delves down instead of pushing outwards. From the outside it looks simple enough, bounded, finite, closed. From the inside, however, it is inextricable. Source: Geometries of Terror. Or as Chris Baldrick writes in Introduction to the Oxford Book of Gothic Tales, for the Gothic effect to be attained, a tale should combine a fearful sense of inheritance in time with a claustrophobic sense of enclosure in space, these two dimensions reinforcing one another to reproduce an impression of sickening descent into disintegration. Source: my grad school notes. It gives a haunting sense of one's personal feeding and blood ties being for something else under larger forces, a feeling of replication and replacement through fakery and lies, re the ghost of the counterfeit, and one that gets at a variety of uncanny sensations, my focus being the numinous. Quote, in a period of industrialization and rapid social change, according to Punter, Gothic works insistently betrayed the fears and anxieties of the middle classes about the nature of their ascendancy, returning to the issues of ancestry, inheritance, and the transmission of property. Under such circumstances, it is hardly surprising to find the emergence of a literature whose key motifs are paranoia, manipulation, and injustice, and whose central project is understanding the inexplicable, the taboo, the irrational. Madness equals numinous. Sorge. James Watts, Contesting the Gothic Fiction, Genre, and Cultural Conflict, 1999. Cited Gothic definitions. It's what I call oppositional praxis and synthesis, the application of theory, cultivation of daily habits, praxis demands, one letting off steam and paradoxically again, at the same time, and in spaces our enemies also share, i.e., using the same language while performing power in as gray area, re notes on power, and oscillates to affect people where they are, seeking solitude among the mighty and the fearsome. I want a hero. Power we poetically reify and perform, for, from, among ourselves, as mythically weak, strong, from ego. Total safety is a myth, a perceived absence of safeguards required to move through some in hell, Persephone-style, or Galatea, Medusa, Hippolyta, etc. The Gorgon is communism in small, Lacan tokenized in subjugated forms, gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. My emphasis is the horror, cryptonomy, and abjection, and Amazons are warrior maidens with a horror-like character, whose alter ego, the Gorgon, is the openly horror side of that paradox, are a rape reprise, and always a victim. When such a castle or castle-like body above, artist Autumn Ivy cited Death by Snoo Snoo, appears, it is time to be afraid. The colonial harvest is at hand, yet precisely because the state does not hold a monopoly over violence, terror, and morphological expression, a demon or castle, the liminal ontology of war, Danger Disco, needn't spell our end. It can represent our sole means of attack, reclaiming said poetic's endless inventiveness to turn colonizer fears back into their hopelessly scared brains. Source: Prayers Liberators. Crisis comes, a hero is summoned, generally 1 foot in hell already, and returning from the void to kick monster ass again. But doing so happens in duality through the usual debates, a given damsel equally in peril, through calculated risk is staged, above and below. To see the horror is to look upon the exploited, but also those who fuck back in ways that can tokenize / disappoint us, as Autumn did, re toxic schlock syndrome, but also don't always while still making a lasting impression, as Harmony did, re thanking Harmony again. The gimmicks are there, but so is the theory, and not of this earth power it holds during Ludogothic BDSM. Sex is a weapon, but its use varies through dialectical material context during the dialectic of the alien, as power source of paradoxical liberation when used consciously for that aim, re canon versus camp. We generate markers of such confrontations while alive, then pay them forwards like Charon's canoe. Her tits were there, or butt, below. Whores are heroes, and villains in duality through dialectical material struggle. Image, artist, Harmony Corrupted cited Out of This World. I go on to add elsewhere, strength, like demons, has infinite forms and configurations, e.g. weakness is strength, wherein soft, femininity tops from below, or vice versa, and a million in-between combinations. Furthermore, this castled, animalistic charioteers from outer space liminality emerges through the uncanny ability to play with highly regulated things, opening the door to better worlds by transitioning towards them through the plastic, doll-like language of the imaginary past. She Mighty Mighty becomes one having the horse revenge by changing shape and expressing oneself in unequal, forbidden way. Grist for her mill. Her castle in the flesh, a graveyard sex on Heimweh, coming paradoxically alive. Rise and do my bidding, she says to your dick. Artists can combine literally anything with anything else. Source, Amazons and Whores, featuring Amanda Nicole in Exhibit 43E2C3B from The Riddle of Steel, are confronting past wrongs. Rebellious whores sit in Pygmalion shadow, paradoxically exposing themselves to punch up, speak out against genocide. Silence is death, segregation no defense from the state, endlessly eating to stay on top. The louder the better, and educating a more joyous, self-accepting approach to life. No slut-shaming or omoless whores to blame, no witches to burn at the stake, saint, sinner. To that, nothing is more controlled than sex, which the state needs to survive, perform capital and state vampirism, cryptonomy and abjection, i.e. through singular interpretations and outcomes, jousting whores are monsters, of strict gentle varieties, above and below. Above, image, model, Nyx, artist, Persephone Vanguard. With antithetical ones, the former repressing those who wrestle power from the state, which tortures out of them their power, to then force the flowing of money through nature. R.E. Patel and Moore, whose A History of the World and Seven Cheap Things will return to when defending unpaid labor as part of revolutionary movements, see footnote 6. A vice character destroyer, great destroyer, whore, barbarian, pirate, and or bastard, one canonically to trot out, scare the working class during capitalist realism, then go back inside her cage as tower, castle, dungeon, etc. of doom, virgin whore, i.e. the usual misogynistic refrain which Rowling furthers to cartoon characters like Lily Potter, the Madonna, and Bellatrix Lestrange, the harlot, succubus, mistress, etc. Woman is other in the usual fetishizing ways. Rowling's normalization of strange as a commodity to sell and further her misogynistic stereotypes upholding the nuclear home very much extends to women, cis or otherwise, straight or otherwise, white or otherwise, and values those closer to the in-group middle, and in doing so reduces complex trauma and its crossed wires regarding pleasure and pain as yet another freak show to sell to normies, comic book style, i.e. not so different than Beowulf or Batman, essentializing illness in ways that eliminate most of the congenital comorbid nature versus nature factors. Female or otherwise, nature is monstrous feminine for the state to abject, e.g. the femme fort fatale, extending to phallic women, archaic mothers, Amazons, Gorgons, etc., as different sides to a holistic cubism, echoing Picasso's sexism and pedophilia, hysteria, bicycle face, and the wandering womb tied to witchcraft accusations, but also imprecating persecution language like blood libel, sodomy, and Orientalism. Any and all rest on modules of class, culture, and race for the state to abject. All roost in all the usual haunts hell calls home, that workers revive in different ways. See footnote 4b. R.E. White Indians, Black Planets, from Unto the Breach. Canon canonizes, policing the war in tokenizing forms that just as easily highlight their betrayal on the Aegis, R.E. Policing the war. Amazed to navigate and, as Patel and Moore describe, of all maps under Cartesian dualism, torture nature's secrets out of her. Source, Seven Cheap Things. The same applies to any monster or map under the sun, R.E. Scouting the Field, and a note about canonical essentialism. Image artist Andreas Marshall cited thesis body. Except singular interpretations are a myth monopolizing the same basic aesthetics dialectic of the alien, nature's mighty vampire war to cattle, tame and pimp through bullets, bombs, and war crimes, above. Gothic for all its parody, pastiche, replication, ranging from mad science, ancient bred and circus supermen, and women. Rogue militaries and black magic essentially boils down to sex, drugs, and rock and roll, used for different aims, canon versus camp, as a multimedia refrain, i.e., a mode of expression ranging from novels to cinema to games, video or otherwise, my original focus being on Metroidvania, r.e. Lost in Necropolis. From vaudeville to comics to B-horror trash, all regard power is played with, sought out in paradoxical safe spaces of danger. I.e., while the state feeds on us, tranquilizes labor and nature, unpaid or otherwise, to rape in our sleep. So we bump and grind with the horror, mid-abjection, interrogating whatever turmoil or delight typically results per calculated risk, r.e. Middle Gothic BDSM, chasing the palliative numinous, see the quest for power, a jester's refrain making fun of the king and the king's court, re tactical frivolity, it might seem like bullshit composed of non-stop lies. Then again, everybody lies and steals. The Gothic's useful abstractions of titanic forces, merely preferential code, corruption is the data. Drama and bodily functions, among other things, performatively overlap re medicine, i.e. playing among divisions while hyphenating them, e.g. male, female desire in classical female Gothic, re mowers, is classically forbidden and coded in contradictory, semi-acceptable ways, but whose much-touted chastity and violations are easy enough to camp, i.e. storm my castle, or something similar, a common bedroom refrain that many refer to themselves as architectural morphological statements, e.g., you ever get so fucking horny that your pussy fills with wet for like 6 hours? Nile River pussy, you could build a civilization around it. Source Skeets 1 and 2, Big Butt, Bigger Heart, 4/9/2026. Things like male-female are proper profane very quickly begin to confuse. Poison was the cure, and all's fair in love and war. When in Rome, use whatever works. The Gothic uses those mythical poetic things that people historically materially respond to, and anyone hypocritically dismissing those as mere immature garbage and us as theater kids to laugh at, being homophobic prudes anyways, re understanding vampires. Gothic, like a trauma nurse, circus performer, and or fighter pilot, goes where the awesome power awaits, between life and death. To that, it's a facet not just of the human condition, and having fun at the expense of one's enemies, but of our language itself in dialectical material opposition. Quote, first, an exhaustive and hardly comprehensive list of general cryptonyms which highlight the cryptic nature of oral-to-written human language. These include, but aren't limited to, double entendres, non sequiturs, euphemisms, white lies, concealed bribes, open secrets, patronizing admonishment, gaslighting, segregation, relegation, or consignment, censorship, suppression, repression, and oppression, figurative or literal imprisonment, live burial, incarceration, compelled silence or speech, torture, misdirection, creative embellishment, tall tales, misdirection, rhetoric, lies, making nice, false courage, false cowardice, myths, malapropisms, misnomers, necrophilia, pedophilia, or generalizations, necrophobia equals superstitions, historical abuses, taboos, prejudice, misconceptions, etc., rumors, gossip, urban legends, allegory, metaphor, poetic license, lionization or otherwise self-aggrandizement, darkness visible, riddles, passwords, shibboleths, and songs, code, cryptic responses, synonyms, games of telephone, figures of speech, fake news, optical illusions, special visual effects, shadow plays, sarcasm, false praise, and other linguistic pragmatic techniques, anonymous speech, pen names, alter egos, pseudonyms, nom de guerres, dead names, new names, or a combination like Charlotte Bronte's Currer Bell, source Sandro Young's Currer Bell, Charlotte Bronte, and the Construction of Authorial Identity, perceived irrelevance, epiphania, and periodolic, danger, trauma, or vasovagal threats, veiled threats, disguised praise, friendly insults, love taps, deliberate contradictions, paradoxes, anathematic, status, disorder, chaos, entropy, decay, senescence, treachery, unreliability, perfidiousness, replicas, imitations, simulacra, counterfeits, fakeries, deceptions, sleights of hand, tricks of the mind, Freudian slips of the tongue, guarding language, dubiousness, apprehension, caution, dissociation, hallucination, altered states, possession, rejection, abjection, displacement, doublespeak, Gothic doubles, obfuscation, recuperation, appropriation, appreciation, centrist, neoliberal, and fascist versus communist ontologies and fencing political euphemisms, recuperation, sublimation, etc. Artist Charles Burns. Furthermore, not only can the above list mix and match various general cryptonyms at the same time, Gothic cryptonymy combines monster poetics with general cryptonymy, take your pick, i.e. as a form of compound bias and concealed exposure. To it, Gothic communism uses general and Gothic cryptonymy, thus xenophilic monster poetics, against the state. Unquote. Source, The Future is a Dead Mall. The question is, what for? I use it to expose predation, Rowling or otherwise. Wherever the pimp goes, the Gorgon, who along with her pedagogy of the oppressed, from Paulo Freire, see footnote 2b, cannot die, falls unbridled, a white whale of sorts, or pale horse, an alien being closer to death, and all things the owner class and their traitors among the middle class, fears thrown back in their cynical and or superstitious, scared stupid faces. A world where unironic rape, minus quotes, tied to productivity and profit, is no longer possible, nudity of those treated like whores by state vampirism, something to suddenly celebrate as rightful, i.e. in the eyes of themselves and their allies treating them as equals, free to roam unafraid, thus to heal from rape by changing how others see it, means, motive, and opportunity. Artist Henry Fuseli cited concerning my audience, my art, the reading order, and glossary. Power is something to seize where it is found, usually in upon our bodies and their art, above. It takes infinite forms and arrangements per case, including how its flow, consent something to uphold or deny through play's dialectical material context, thus cryptonomy and objections dualistic, compensation and exchange is steering and handling power, which no matter how dark, Promethean, or Faustian they appear, are equally flexible. Play equals control, and context determines consent through dialectical material flow of power on and off stage, i.e. in so-called idle hands, as avatars for activists to embody and to relate to, like anyone, e.g. the pillow princess, chasing the bad boy in fantasies while seeking material equality for all in real life. There is no singular interpretation, but plenty of confusion to work through during holistic study across space and time. In turn, nudity and submission aren't strictly weakness, but something to subvert in all the usual ways mid-recursion, which we'll return to with Fortune Favors the Bold. Nudity as weapons and armor, Gorgons and Amazons. Bitches are nerds, and nerds, whores in particular, love monsters, are the monsters under capital, i.e. we iconoclastic whores make our own monsters virgin whore, and fuck with these to camp, canon, seek answers, and relief, however we wish, re, I'll see you in hell, and Call of the Wild. All to interrogate the sexualization of nature, those of nature, state vampirism demands upon us. Reclamation through playing with our power during Little Gothic BDSM. Angel devil, sex positive or repulsed, poetry equals thought as such, i.e. to whatever feels good and helps us learn, art/porn, two sides of the same coin. Why not both? Pimps are bad, but we must summon them to work out why they're bad per calculated risk. Artist Persephone Vanderward, upper left, bottom right, middle, and right. Again, gray area, a kind of endless twilight replete with princesses, wizards, and warriors, and similar devices, as speak one and all to psychosexual trauma, i.e. to asexual means of sexual performance on a spectrum of enjoyment, a crash course, an introduction to asexuality and demisexuality, and whose fantasies of power and public nudism invite numerous returns mid-objection, e.g. Zelda's Link and Midna above being my kryptonite, darkness visible, re patriarchal nerdy hatred against transgender, non-binary people, intersexuality, and drag. Every entry contributes to its dialectic. Every contribution leaves something behind for others to find, one weird nerd to the next, from Walpole's animated miniatures and giant suits of armor to whatever workers produce nowadays, parody and pastiche. Continuous dialogues are healthy, insofar as resisting state vampirism is healthy, and humans are a social species, horny or otherwise, re Nifsky and speedrunners, e.g. Fast Idiot Boss weighing in on that dust-up with controversy erupts and Super Mario Bros. Speedrunning, because they love the community they're in, meaning despite the drama and bigotry video games house and invite before or after Gamergate. The state enters crisis, it panic eats to die, then claws back like a zombie, it's lost ground. re through bigotry and monomyth stories mid-objection, but eventually the system reaches its limit, both mechanical and ecological. I could go on, but the show must go on, and I think you get the point. Let's continue with foreplay into the essay itself. We'll touch upon these ideas more deeper in, but don't have time to cite their exact definitions. Again, refer to paratextual documents. To that, here's some other material I can recommend before we start, alongside the links already given. Citing my praxis volume. This piece in particular cites my praxis volume, i.e. a text that pointedly considers ways to fight back while synthesizing praxis through daily cultivated habits or hobbits, the raising of emotional Gothic intelligence and awareness through intersectional solidarity to break capitalist realism. Expect a variety of references to it in particular, in no small part because Volume 3, despite the number, was actually where my book series began. It started with critiquing TERFs and J.K. Rowling before segueing into other forms of tokenism my series at large explores. Model and artist, Harmony Corrupted, and Persephone Vanderward, source, foreplay, and introduction before the plunge, and thanking Harmony again. Citing my monster volumes, footnotes. This piece also cites or references my monster modules, The Undead and Demons. While Dead on Arrival makes for a good introduction, those are big fucking books. With tons of ideas, the Gothic is endless. This includes dissecting monsters, not just Rowling's corpse, however fun that is. I use poetic ideas we then, like Frankenstein's monster, apply to real life and vice versa. All while gladly enjoying the symbols themselves, often for nostalgic purposes, which will then combine with critical power to move mountains. So I strongly recommend you check out the monster modules. Playing is a powerful way to learn, and monsters are cool, especially sexy monsters. Personified taboos concerned xenophobically with sex, e.g. vampires, moral panics, and penetrative K-Fab-style violence sold to kids persecution language below. Artist Paul Mann cited concerning monsters from appetizers or paratextual documents for volumes 1 through 3. Through Gothic's telltale, parody and pastiche navigation, and various hyphenations of sex and force, re psychosexual martyrdom, the more you play with them in ways that open your understanding of capital, the less capitalist realism affects you, and the more you can subsequently reverse objection through the Gothic's greatest gift, the ability to reshape and reimagine power in different than current forms, which perhaps never did, but maybe one day could when given flesh in our brains. Necessity is the mother of invention, creations begot from the death of things, whose time to die has finally come. How about side by side with a friend, thanking Ethel Thurston? I don't know half of you as half as well as I should like, and I like less than half of you half as well as you deserve. Not this time. This piece gives very special thanks to Ethel Thurston, aka Essence of Thought. Though other authors appear as vital or regrettable citations therein, many are recent discoveries and or less influential beyond simply bashing the Queen of the TERFs, doing God's work. Ethel's work, by comparison, tremendously impacted my own. While covering transphobia, trans rights herself for years, dating back to at least 2015, to her own adventures below, a time when I was still studying abroad in Britain. Simply put, she's a rock star, fellow magician, and worthy of all the praise I, something of a sorceress myself, can muster. Her community has made me feel welcome as well, giving me a chance to share my work, contribute to something larger than myself, to make the world a better place for GNC people at large, and all intersecting minorities below. Source, Udita Chakrabartis, my non-binary partner, and I were told our relationship would never work. I first encountered Ethel during the early 2020s when learning about Natalie Wynn's enbyphobia, but also Jill Barrett's TERF-style transphobia, Just Stab Me Now, alongside Rowling's. To that, Ethel proved invaluable to my understanding of fascism, TERFs, and bad actors, and shall recognize her now, as I already have, re from my book series Acknowledgements. Essence of Thought, aka Ethel Thurston, she/they, is a trans investigative YouTuber and video essayist, one whose extensive and impressively researched cited work has cataloged tokenistic abuse, ranging from atheists like Richard Dawkins and Rationality Rules, famous problematic authors like C.S. Lewis, bad faith leftist imposters like Ian Kaczynski, and many real-life events involving trans rights, frankly too many to list. All of this is essential, insofar as Ethel combines thorough and biting research with careful and nuanced application while investigating real-life sexual predators and marginalized communities. That being said, I especially benefited from their exploring of parasocialism in Lily Orchard Sexted, a 16-year-old second victim testimony. In short, Ethel does it all, educating and investigating in ways that perfectly combine stellar citation skills, always timestamping their citations and giving the scripts to all of their videos with the citations listed and numbered, which frankly just rules, with genuine and outpouring empathy for GNC people and other minorities at large. I'm glad to have them in my corner and have learned much from my own examination of their work. To that, their brave 2022 expose regarding Buck Angel and ContraPoints, Natalie Wynn's defending of the former's nerfy behavior, inspired and informed my book series' earlier 2022-2023 work, i.e. when investigating and writing about TERFs and other exclusionary feminisms and tokenized circles. RE, trans TERFs, NERFs, and queer bosses, and Ethel remains someone I eagerly watch and cite to this days. Ethel, like me, has changed a lot over the past decade, citing religion and other issues for as long as I have, convergently on similar before-after trajectories that queer folk commonly take, while playing with different concepts at different times, e.g. My Dragon Sickness, The Problem of Greed, alongside A.T. Taylor's An Interview with Atheist YouTuber Essence of Thought in 2015 and 2016, followed by my I Satanist Atheist Agothicist's Thoughts on Atheism, Religion, and Sex in 2021. Say what you will about my work, Transformation. Ethel's research is constant, impeccable, and covering transphobia at the source, giving this Yank, a Michigan Dutch girl, vital insight, and all at a time when bigotry against queer folk and other minorities is currently rising to le monde. Ethel does media analysis alongside current events, covering celebrities many don't dare confront. She's quick on the draw, as fierce as a dragon in a pinch, and frankly just super nice and cool, with really nice hair below. Consider supporting her work and following her on YouTube. Source: Essence of Thoughts, female, model, kicked out of bathroom for looking trans, 2026, cited state vampirism. Footnote number 2. Solidarity, comrade, ever and always. A note about tokenism. On the flip side, there's Birdman and similar sellouts betraying the cause. Tokenism, a specialty of mine, regarding tokenism and fighting it, is concentric in that respect, with a punitive hierarchy of preferential mistreatment, capital nature, that sees different parties selling out, on a pecking order that favors white over black, men over women, straight over trans, etc., in defense of canonical media, capitalist and to a lesser extent socialist realism. See Critiquing Soviet Aesthetics During Socialist Realism from Raising Awareness. In that refrain, African Americans, of the token sort, the Birdman's The Curious Case, using fighting overt racism to grift themselves, and Shill Rowling's books Defend Capital and the State, also sometimes forget, selectively or not, that black people don't limit to North America. The struggle is global, and no one party should monopolize oppression, reduce the struggle to race alone, or gender, or class. Furthermore, if race-swapped Snape is a black Nazi, then Birdman is the black moderate capitalist defending him, and by extension HBO and Rowling for sanctioning the decision which Birdman's bigotry explores. He's a useful idiot and grifter, wearing his own masks on Rowling's behalf, a fraudster's boundary for us to cross, allied or expose, the multi-level pyramid scheme taking place, i.e., as the Gothic do, forever fixated on menacing invaders, mighty destroyers, and sinister imposters, the confusion, lighting off and push-pull fascination with things beyond binaries, an oscillating chase of the numinous, from Varma and Otto to me. 1917 to 2023. Think Scooby-Doo, which Radcliffe basically was. Black equals skull, and skull equals pirate-style theft. I dressed up as Ghost, Radcliffe's refrain, but reclaimed from Rowling by us when exposing bad actors like her, the white lady at the top, and the Birdman, the dutiful servant settling for scraps. We share the same stage as they do, the same masquerade in duality. To that, TERFs or fascist feminism have moderate concentric veneers, gobstopper masks above. Cited trans TERFs, NERFs, and queer bosses. Fascism with more masks, doing Goldilocks imperialism, as I call it, originally vis-a-vis Tolkien, but just as well to Rowling aping him and others following suit, acting like a man, or like a woman acting like a man, or a black man acting like a white woman, Green and Company's man box, and so on above. Or as I acknowledge in tactical frivolity, as Cynthia Aruza writes in Feminism for the 99%, a manifesto, we have no interest in breaking the glass ceiling while leaving the vast majority to clean up the shards. Far from celebrating women CEOs who occupy corner offices, we want to get rid of CEOs in corner offices. To be the token executioner of the state, standing with state power to carry out the ruling class's wishes, a la subjugated Amazons and house slaves, which white liberal feminism and black excellence both argue for out of antiquity into the present, is a hollow victory, and a hollow victory is no victory at all. Feminism must be anti-capitalist, eco-socialist, and anti-racist. Follow the leader is a fool's errand, fascism or otherwise. Gothic communism, a gay anarchist arrangement of power as horizontal, re. making Marx gay. In other words, Rowling got her castle, a parasitic big house in Scotland, a foreign land hostile to her anti-liberatory presence, like Walter Scott's Rob fucking Roy, and is just as miserable making everyone else miserable as any Gothic villain under the sun or moon. Capital gentrifies and decays. Girl shit, and her shit, an assimilated member of the gentry, a billionaire from the middle class, stinks worse than anyone's. She's dead labor feeding on living labor, as Marx would put it, a Thatcher-esque pimp in disguise selling the nuclear model and its demonic contradictions in controlled opposition, false rebel forms, buying her shit, radicalizing the next generation to be just as turfy and swerfy as she is, true believers in a model that rapes and dies by design. Or as Angela Benedict puts it, you can't buy counterculture. It is made by workers actually punching up to decolonize the Gothic mode, castle or otherwise, below, and whose participation in is ultimately liminal, thus often in partial disagreement on a spectrum thereof, e.g. my pigtail power and cross-dressing sex repulsion and Gothic queer narratives, critiquing the pros and cons of Season 1 of Netflix's Wednesday, alongside John the Duncan's more hostile, and fairly so, A Funhouse Mirror, The Addams Family, and the failure of Netflix's Wednesday. Essay half. The essay half is fleshed out, referring to ideas readers may consider alongside the bibliography deeper in. It functions, more or less, like a mini-essay of sorts, a chance to find something in the first half, then apply it to the second. The arbitration of power is knowledge. This includes capital, the state, as something that feeds mid-abjection, and generally through harmful notions of revenge that turn ordinary people into horrifying monsters. Changing seemingly overnight, boring British housewives shapeshift into blood-sucking vampires, capital and small through the Frankensteinian creations they reify, summon, then sell to others kayfabe style, passing the curse of state vampirism alone. The problem isn't Gothic unto itself, but how it's used, i.e. regarding things being summoned with, made out of trash, what Milton calls darkness visible, something the Gothic makes visible through oxymoron, pun, paradox et al. To break capitalist realism, e.g. regarding taboos, secret shames, guilty pleasures, stigmas, phobias, etc. With Rowling's stock garbage treated as royalty/dogma, while stealing opportunistically from pre-existing franchises to conceal state predation in and upon various revelations and fakes of fakes. Chief among them are Hogwarts, Her Toronto, housing Dumbledore, Harry, and Snape, who we'll get to. It bears repeating how other non-bad actors can disrupt capitalist realism mid-Gothic, e.g. Lilith May, that partner and I working together above, artist Lilith May, and Soleil Succubus Sorsky Lilith May, 10/20/2025. However, any bubbles we burst happen by decolonizing Gothic, which Harry Potter canonically is, i.e., by taking the very language of disaster for ourselves that abusers normalize to exploit us, sex, and force. Thus reclaimed, we enact our own apocalypse on the Aegis, re. the horse revenge, less telling our slavers, fuck you, pay me, and more seizing the means of production for ourselves, sex or otherwise. That being said, Dead on Arrival highlights the pimp's revenge, that of the Snape wife Joanne, and her own hellish golem, a gender slop of the Pygmalion myth, a malicious erection of architecture or otherwise, that upholds its forebears' bigoted character. Whether it is right or advisable, revenge of the Snape wife. Whether it is right or advisable to create beings like Heathcliff, I do not know. Charlotte Bronte once wrote, specifically in the 1850 preface to Wuthering Heights, after her sister Emily, that story's author, died from tuberculosis. Snape, by comparison, is a turf doppelganger, the Gothic full of dead ringers, fatal portraits, and Harry Potter a chimera, housing him and others, a castle of portraits. Written by a greedy knockoff of an already troubled original, Rowling's baby is the copy of a copy of a copy, whose murky origins face endless doubt, re. Plato's Cave / Simulacrum. Something already dead on arrival, grown horrifyingly into a facade for capital that must be dissected and used for better purposes, similar to Lord of the Rings or Star Wars, but I digress. This means away from Omelis, mid-disguise. It includes Rowling as capital's vengeful housewife turned billionaire, pimping the planet into something equally dead, through Snape or otherwise, black or otherwise. Dead on Arrival, The cause for HBO stillborn remains something to dissect in the crib, as witches repeatedly do. Even so, betrayal remains the obvious cause of death, something for both the show and franchise, but also real-world brains and women, children, who Rowling feasts on through Snape and company, actual cannibals blaming the horror, Darvo style to Goya-level extremes. Above, artist Francisco Goya, source Dr. Beth Harris and Dr. Stephen Zucker's Francisco Goya, sad devouring one of his sons. So is Harry Potter a gateway to children's minds. Readers who indoctrinate and canonize Snape as their causus belli, with trans people or anyone capital treats as threat, weakling to prey upon, their false flag, to kettle and horribly devour, out of revenge. So Rowling's de facto students have the Snape wife's eternal revenge, with Rowling's refrain happening alongside Tolkien and Cameron's The Map and the Gun, already scouting the field, ripping theirs off to favor sex over force during state vampirism, or to rely on fascism to protect itself, feasting secretly at home alongside neoliberalism, on capital's usual victims by chasing power into the past, elsewhere, or military optimism. Reading footnotes 1, 2, 2a, and 2b. For a deeper dive into Charlotte and her sisters, all who used gender-neutral pen names mistaken for men by the press, after which Currer, Charlotte, became the caretaker of Alice, Emily, and her words, post-mortem, refer to beneath the church aisle stone posthumous liberties. Model and artist Charlotte Bronte and George Richmond cited Exhibit 21C2, The Basics of Oppositional Synthesis. 2. All monomyth refrains in and after Bretton Woods, with Lord of the Rings being high fantasy for 60s activists and white supremacists, Star Wars being retro-future prestige in space for 70s theater-goers, the space opera, and Harry Potter being a neo-Gothic revival for British millennials followed by American ones, and everywhere else, i.e. the chosen one, hero's journey refrain, where danger and rewards make into amusement parks by capitalist powers the lie of ownership, of getting the girl and the house, per the nuclear model, as inherently exclusionary and doomed, something to advertise and sell. Below. Artist Tom Young. They're all cash grabs, but Rowling's was written under the neoliberal period and feels the most capitalist of the bunch. If anything, the competitive nature of capital and the fandoms has pitted the franchises against each other, e.g. the gay hobbits bit from Clerks 2, see Molly Ostertag's queer readings of The Lord of the Rings are not accidents. There's also Star Trek and Game of Thrones, but George R. R. Martin is basically discount zombie Tolkien, the rotting high fantasy stripped of its romance and magic, who, while he openly includes women, queerfolk, and BIPOC, also openly rapes and fetishizes them without irony, and only plays at being a philologist. Meanwhile, Roddenberry's Star Trek and its many clones, spin-offs, have socialist elements, gay shit, but whose decay into fascism and murder of those they love-bomb, gaslight like anything else. The iconoclastic critiques what they consume, whether they come by it honestly or not. They critique not just the media others consume, but fandoms around which uncritical discourse and apologia tends to emerge. Kill your darlings and give zero fucks while you do it. All the Inklings, e.g. C.S. Lewis, see Alex O'Connor's My Problem with C.S. Lewis, Philip Pullman, whose own fantasy trilogy His Dark Materials, 1995 to 2000, borrowed heavily from Milton's epic Paradise Lost to lampoon Christianity versus lionize it like Lewis literally did with Aslan. Footnote 2a, referring to Le Guin's Those Who Walk Away from Omelis, a story about a city of prosperity that relies on the total immiseration of one child locked in the basement. As such, Le Guin asks readers to entertain the gradual abandoning of capital and small while moving towards something better, or a breaking capitalist realism mid-abjection. In doing so, Le Guin's work is generally more inclusive than Tolkien's, starting at his altar with a wizard of Earthsea to become increasingly radical as time went on. e.g. having trans-friendly ideas in the left hand of darkness, i.e., as Frederick Jameson points out regarding Le Guin's evolution, and archaeologies of the future, in which I take beyond Jameson, whose own utopian anti-Gothic attitudes I critique, and the future is a dead mole. Footnote 2b, which it loves and hates in pin-poor ways to further abjection, i.e., if a minority is crying foul concerning their exploitation, they should be listened to, not ignored, in favor of a status quo and its arbiters of wisdom, a concept Paulo Freire wrote about when Rowling was 3, called the pedagogy of the oppressed, and which I've written about many times in doing what I call healing from rape, which Little Gothic BDSM primarily concerns. At its most basic level, rape is a violation of basic human, animal, and environmental rights enacted through Cartesian power abuse. This postscript concerns the complicated process that healing from rape entails, i.e., its corrupting presence through codified trauma, wherein the surviving of police abuse becomes something to relate to others through Gothic stories that constitute radical empathy as a thing forever out of joint. The attempt to empathize with alien experiences to gain new perspective. Such empathy need and concern both parties equally, and its Gothic dialogues concern intense, poetic liminalities, still bearing an intense potential for disguise that is haunted by the shadow of police forces. In other words, it's entirely worthwhile for us to ask how different people, with their traumas, relate to Gothic stories, but especially their monsters, heroes, and haunts, as things to consume, create, and perform ourselves. Source: Healing from Rape. So when I discuss the horror's perspective, revenge is something to heed and make Gothic. It combines my viewpoints with other marginalities Rowling herself classically exploits for profit, all to fund homegrown fascism, which we'll get to, e.g., Africans, the indigenous peoples of the Americas, and various non-European schools, another word for nation-state, like Japan. Sheep in the boxes, racist Hogwarts, J.K. Rowling's definitely not racist international wizard lore. None of this is remotely new, Rowling herself already including much in her early stories borrowed from older bigoted British authors, R.E. Tolkien among others, only to double down while continuing to exploit these groups. This includes racial exploitation, but also exploration through gender and class. Taken separately, it's bad enough. Combined holistically, it paints a broad portrait of the woman, like the empire she belongs to sells nostalgically through her work as being rotten to the core, terminally isolated from others, a xenophobic islander perpetually under siege. The state eats to preserve itself and keep power top-down, doing so through home defense narratives blaming the horror, e.g., of the castle, the kingdom, the village and scapegoat language that uphold family values, the nuclear model from internal-external threats, after which Harry lived but lost his family in the bargain. Our aim is transformation, camp in the canon in spaces of danger and play, castles or otherwise, i.e., prey as liberators, i.e., while turning into our true selves, the world into something stateless, classless, raceless, genderless, and moneyless, while also dodging Girl Zeus, the original always in the mood to rape this or that, Rowling aping the Grecian patriarch with glee. The fact remains, there's simply so many reasons to be skeptical of anyone, Tolkien or otherwise, who defends Rowling and or consumes uncritically her moldy franchise, synonymous with her decay and predation, above. Source: Facebook. You are what you eat, after all, but diets are lifestyle changes, i.e., whose infernal digestion affects how we see Matrix-style, Hogwarts, or otherwise. This includes reactionaries and moderates, but also progressives like Birdman, on to assorted socialists who don't walk away from Omelis and its built-in predation, e.g. bad empanada. Capital, the state is Omelis. Whatever the form, capital is dead on arrival, gentrifying and decaying on loop, while supping vampirically on our blood, staking us in our sleep. This requires that workers wake up while on the slab, or worse, while ignominiously holding the scalpel. Against an unwilling patient who shares our struggle, punching up against embarrassing sellouts. Gothic poetry being dualistic and anisotropic, the general duality of Gothic poetics, from unto the breach. You have to change your diet within society, making you undead, demonic, and or animalistic chattel, a cruel angel's thesis. The latter under capital, demanding endless consumption while making workers want to eat themselves, and some things being more unethical than others to eat. The bare life, aka homo sacer of state victims, work as either giver-receivers of unceremonious state violence inside a Gamban state of exception, re my police states, foreign atrocities, and imperial boomerang, and Akshra and Lakshay Melas, the Palestinian homo sacer, in Unto the Breach. And if that sounds fucked up, welcome to capitalism, whose predation Harry Potter embodies, but we'll get to that. Skull equals theft is partial disguise, which can go both ways, but for capital only goes one way while punching down. Up. Footnote number 3. R.E. Plato's Cave, which Hogwarts and Rowling's entire Wizarding World essentially is. For recent works I've done on Plato's Cave and The Matrix, and which I don't want to sell short, read The World is a Vampire and Who's Frederick Brennan, or The Importance of Empathy Mid-Redemption. The same ideas explored here apply there, and vice versa. Artist Matt Boers, we should improve society somewhat. Yet you participate in society. Curious. I am very intelligent. Setting the table. Before we get to the original and extended bibliographies, let's set the table, the essay cuts. The Worst Witch considers the premise of a Promethean quest camping the canon, gives 3-point signposts, the value in Gothic is trashy, the role that consuming Harry Potter plays in genocide, and the hypocrisy of those, often transphobes, who openly punch down at critics of the franchise, reactionary/moderate grifters. Monomyth necropolitics, or it does not do to leave a live dragon out of your calculations, weighs the perils of critiquing such things, analyzing various themes of predation that, if one isn't careful when Sting glows blue, can easily become reality while genocide is still going on, that is. Failing at YouTube and other things, or why bother camping the canon, re bad empanada. Partly why we should study media and how people respond to it, trashy or not, partly the story of my life leading up to my learning how to camp Gothic. In short, how I fell in love with Gothic as a nerdy mode, realized I was gay the whole time, and a slut, and then made capital state predation my bête noire to slay through camp. Camping the canon or punching up while on the hip. R.A. Cryptonomy and Abjection. No longer the Worst Witch, I found myself facing different devices, cryptonomy and abjection, that apply not just to me, but Gothic stories, like Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings, in duality. Fortune favors the bold. Capital, like the Matrix, is a labyrinth to escape inside itself. This takes more than brains or brawn, but courage. The Triforce, in Zelda terms, and wayward girls, magical animals, and music, from Baum's Oz novels, movie adaptations, I discuss its nude qualities. The Worst Witch, re the Promethean quest camping the canon. First and foremost, there's value in things that seem trashy or Gothic, and which speak as much to Promethean subversion camp of the home as any monomyth endorsement of capital, the state/nuclear model, and their predation, canon. From Plato to us, those who challenge this dogma are framed as outsiders, fools, and not-so-splendid liars torching Rome. The village idiot, traitor, or in Rowling's case, the worst witch, already playing with garbage, others revile or celebrate. I've spent my entire life fighting capital, and capital is far from finished. Yet here I am, tilting at windmills, seemingly the worst in my field, and hopelessly outclassed. Artist Anato Finstark cited, conclusion, Pussy on the Chain Wax, the beginning of the end of history. Footnote number 4 and footnote 4a. The Promethean quest is stealing power from the past as I define it in paratextual documents. The Promethean quest, R.E. Frankenstein, abridged. The Promethean quest deals from Mary Shelley's seminal Frankenstein, or the modern Prometheus, 1818, though I've explored it extensively in different media forms besides, e.g. Metroidvania and Amazonimachia below. I further define categorize Shelley's quest as follows. The Promethean quest, as Shelley writes it, critiques the Cartesian mistreatment of nature. Indeed, the entire globe is already dead, owned and used by the elite, eyeing likely to aggrandize the current ordering of things to come home to roost. As such, its reckoning effectively concerns the canonical theft of power from the imaginary past, therefore Gorgon is trapped in Cartesian duality. Source, Power in Gothic, the Promethean Quest in Cartesian Thought, from Nancy Drew Syndrome. Like anything else, then, the Promethean Quest has a pro-state and pro-worker function, with pro-labor variants having the horror's revenge, reviving the Gorgon during Little Gothic BDSM. Ari chasing a communist palliative numinous during the Promethean quest by stealing Fire of the Gods back from the elite, ultimately situating it among ourselves among its dark transformative power. Artist Henry Fuseli cited author's foreword on giving birth. Monsters and sex have value together as much as separate, no matter how much weird nerds like Bad Empanada say otherwise. The same idea goes for the Harry Potter franchise, I suppose, but you needn't buy a brand new copy of the book to study it. Get it used, pirate it, watch a video about it instead. In short, conduct your studies in ethical ways. To study fascism and its conjuring up of the fearsome imaginary past without conducting it yourselves. There's nothing wrong with playing with elves, warriors, Amazons, or anything else, provided it yields anti-capitalist, thus anti-fascist, anti-racist conclusions. Ari from Volume 3's Stand to Fight, Then Raise Your Fist and Bow. Though plainly murderous, Amazon's Galadriel is neoliberal by simply being a soldier woman, something out-and-out fascism wouldn't allow. She is also conventionally attractive in ways that promote spurious emancipation under a neoliberal yoke. Not only is Morfydd Clark a dead ringer for Cate Blanchett, tall, blonde, and pale, she's also granted license to be sexy in ways denied to Blanchett. This makes her an Amazon, excuse the pun, ripped straight from the 1970s, closer to Frazetta's Eowyn than Jackson's towering queen. Yes, Galadriel's masculine full-body armor and tough girl persona evokes Shakespeare's Lady Macbeth, desiring the power to rape the way that men do it, not as a sex-positive fantasy that avenges wrongdoings in the mind to give agency that heals. It's about coercive violence, control, and power abuse, including fantasies in response to these things in the material world. Ari, Lady Macbeth's soliloquy asking her to become like a man. Come, you spirits that tend on mortal thoughts, unsex me here, and fill me from the crown to the toe top full of direst cruelty. Make thick my blood, stop up the access and passage to remorse, that no compunctions visitings of nature shake my fell purpose. All the same, Galadriel's seawater-soaked dress breaks the spell, showing us the soft, sexy female body and elf bush underneath that armor. Exhibit 109, the Frazetta illustration is one of my favorites, but also Tolkien's Amazons, e.g. Eowyn being a topic of medieval courtly love narratives concealing cryptonymically through literal duels, Ari the Tolkien exhibit at the end of Medicinal Themes and Advice. Note the faint suggestion of elvish pubes, but also Galadriel's complete indifference towards the male gaze, the actors and the audiences, more than traditional Nordic ethnic beauty standards idealized, Exhibit 9b. 109. Galadriel doesn't give a fuck, is emotionally unavailable towards a coded love interest. In short, past is a place to find power expressed as sex and force, separately the guy getting the girl, specifically the damsel in distress, and together the Amazon. Footnote 4a. Rowling shamelessly grave-robbed to revive Thatcher's rotting corpse, but I digress. Economics are the method. The object is to change the soul. Source, the Thatcher Foundation. Fascism lies through theft. Neoliberalism does fascism with more lies. Masks. Second, while capital routinely enters crisis, and crisis causes demands for change to go up, alongside consumption and its abject us versus them contradictions, there's really no excuse at this point to buy Harry Potter merchandise in 2026, be that the books, clothes, toys, TV subscriptions, or anything else. Is about as subtle as buying Mein Kampf in Nazi Germany during the mid-1930s, or ever. Or as Princess Weeks points out, you can't separate Harry Potter from J.K. Rowling. Girl's a Nazi, denial of that fact verging on suicidality, fascism a death cult, one Rowling stashed inside her centrist neoliberal veneer. In essence, there's a difference between subverting a piece and taking part in propaganda, with something akin to Harry Potter being radioactive for the actors taking house pay. E.g. Yellowstone, see skip intros, Yellowstone is so much worse than you'd think. To that, and briefly ignoring Gothic's ancient romance tied to everyday life, preventing genocide is generally unromantic, i.e. raising awareness while paradoxically not buying certain books, mainly the kind that rot your brain, make you more apathetic in the middle of a time when apathy is the tool of the trade and thing 2 trade. The joys of actually being trans, then, quickly offset by discovering more and more people around you taking the soup. Originally a practice of Catholics selling out to Protestants during the man-made Irish potato famine, but which applies just as well to tokenism at large. This can be open reactionaries, but also moderate liberal types, white or not, male or not, straight or not, etc. Either liberals won't boycott Rowling and similar folk, or they'll go mask off in other ways, speaking to general politics beyond popular media. Trans women here, liberals are fascists with more masks. That's why. The fact that you're playing the centrist card in the middle of capital and crisis is awfully telling. Source, YouTube community post, Persephone Vanderwaard, 4/2/2026, in response to Tom Powell Jr.'s Why Normal People Won't Join the Far Left, and why that's entirely the far left's fault. Capital needs a whore to blame, the person throwing the blame often expected to give it, through necropolitics, which we'll get to, i.e. from Plato's Broad Shoulders and Ovid's Pygmalion to Merlin, Dumbledore, and the Wizard of Oz to Outback Santa, Ozyman Reviews, Epic Pub Brawl, or someone akin to said sages, often a white boomer man of reason with a beard below. Footnote 4b. As Dale Townsend writes in Horace Walpole's Enchanted Castles from Gothic Antiquity, History, Romance, and the Architectural Imagination, 1760 to 1840, just as Walpole the architect had taken care to combine the requirements of modern convenience with the rich, varied, and complicated tracery and carving of the ancient cathedral, so in Otranto it was his aim to combine the imposing tone of chivalry, a marvelous turn of incident of the ancient romance, with the accurate exhibition of human character to be found in the modern quotidian novel. To read Otranto, Scott concluded, was to experience the same degree of supernatural awe and terror that one felt when spending a solitary night in an old tapestry-strewn Gothic mansion. Walpole's ingenuity lay in his extracting in Otranto the sensations of melancholy and supernatural awe that, though easily elicited in truly ancient piles, were almost impossible to evoke in such a modern Gothic structure as Strawberry Hill, thus attaining in composition what, as an architect, he must have felt beyond the power of his art. Source cited Prey as Liberators. And as I write myself in Unto the Breach, again, these are playgrounds, so-called haunted houses built on fakery and revival that poetically play with rape, in quotes, e.g. blood libel, sodomy, and witchcraft, etc., as terror language that Radcliffe and Lewis, a woman and gay man, expounded on after Walpole, re. Idle Hands. By extension, and to speak to an ongoing problem coming to a boil, I write elsewhere, and in response to someone else equally disturbed by a change in the wind. Gretchen Felker Martin. It's so punishingly obvious that many left liberal types feel completely unrestrained in petty displays of sadism and hierarchical reaffirmation against trans people at this point. Grueling to watch your nominal allies hold their fingers to the wind and decide they can hurt you. Sorsky, 4/2/2026. Me. It's a bit like MLK and white moderates, but cis folk at large who tokenize punch down. I suppose I'm used to it at this point. People to unmask and expose while fighting for trans rights and all minorities. It started with TERFs, but applies to so many sellouts at this point. Source Skeet, Vanderwaard Art, 4/2/2026. Such is social media, a parasocial affair. We're not even really talking to each other as much as belonging to the same outgroup, one stuck on the receiving end of increasingly dire omens. It's the part of the Western where the barkeep cowers behind the bar, where the other customers, losing their nerve, pretend not to see those poor souls the pale riders have come to collect, a bandit's reckoning in broad daylight robbery of Gogol's dead souls. Fascism, a bureaucratic enterprise. Such is capital, Pax Americana and Britannica, built on settler colonialism as a shared enterprise, one passed down from the ruling class to its inheritors. The British Empire began developing its colonization tactics in Ireland and Canada before exporting them throughout the world. Source, Livia Gershen's Britain's Blueprint for Colonialism, made in Ireland. And what do you think Rowling is doing? Harry Potter, similar to James Bond, but occurring under neoliberalism versus Bretton Woods, the same domain Tolkien worked under, is just British imperial nostalgia fantastically revived and sold to American audiences, wizards instead of spies. It prepares people, namely the middle class, for crisis, baked into capital state predation during, among other things, inheritance anxiety, re. the ghost of the counterfeit. They further objection and us versus them ways, the spell easy to fall under. Such things happen slowly, then all at once, the appearance of Gorgons and those who behead them for the state, or as Aragorn might put it, this is the hour of doom. The harvest is here regardless, and something to play with for different aims, canon or camp. re. when such a castle appears, it is time to be afraid. The colonial harvest is at hand. And yet objection goes both ways. The invader invaded by the thing they fear enough to rape for mercenary pay, the actual pirate kettling homewreckers out of state revenge. This is where whores work our magic, under the gun, controlling a crisis through sex. A girl's gotta do what a girl's gotta do. Survival sex workers, which I am not, to be clear, paying rent to stay not just housed, but alive. Artist Derek Zabrocki cited the nation-state. Beyond boycotts and proceeding to our third point, punching down at trans people during genocide makes you just as hypocritical as much of a little bitch. See Bad Actors deeper in, e.g. Bad Empanada and Raising Awareness. Many things aren't zero-sum, but this isn't one of them, i.e. it's common knowledge, and stated by Rowling herself, that any money made goes directly towards harming trans people and other minorities, marginalities. In this case, she's alive, and her brand goes towards a living thing that conducts genocide over time. And even if she wasn't, the brand is provably toxic to trans folk, BIPOC, disabled people, etc., which the bibliography shall explore at length. Why keep eating something so clearly radioactive to others if not yourself, say nothing of token people? Faced with capital and small, which Harry Potter is, setting the table ultimately considers why boycott at all, especially in places where we feel outnumbered, outgunned, and perceived monopolies of discourse, i.e., while being the topics and targets of state violence, e.g. YouTube, already objectified platform, decaying mid and shitification. Concerning Harry Potter is something to gaslight gatekeep girlboss, the opposition into submission, re. taking the soup, or buying sugar during the British Caribbean slave trade, etc. Footnote 5 and 6. Specifically the J.K. Rowling's Women's Fund, a fascist action in 2025 posturing behind protecting real women from false women. The J.K. Rowling Women's Fund offers legal funding support to individuals and organizations fighting to retain women's sex-based rights in the workplace and public life and in protected female spaces. As Ethel Thurston, aka Essence of Thought, writes in her response, "Again, I must reiterate, trans people, including trans women, had legally enshrined access to women's spaces since 2010 without incident. That's 15 whole years." Source the script to her companion video, How J.K. Rowling Turned Harry Potter into a Symbol of Hate. Similar to America's progressive gender laws, or those in early Soviet Russia, a state historically enters crisis to then rescind anything previously offered to women, racial minorities, and or queer people, love bomb, then bury the queer, marry the maiden, or pimp the whore. The state gives and takes, reaping workers like grain, while letting those with more privilege hold the handle of their own destruction, eating others first. In turn, life as a whole is cheapened neoliberally into junk food, re from Volume 3's Half Real, Recognizing and Performing Empathy. Exhibit 62B, top, Blade Runner screenshots, bottom left, Guy Gamares, middle, Ronan Dude, bottom right, Jeremy Anios. Neoliberal capitalism as an experiment of the owner class that turns the likeness of the girl or the man into a product that enforces heteronormative rules sold through cheap canonical junk food. Blade Runner's poster girl selling coke to the audience, which, like cigarettes, historically contained whatever chemicals corporations could put in them to coerce purchases. This tasty treat can certainly be enjoyed, usually with varying degrees of guilt, but should not be blindly endorsed. Its canonical presence denotes exploitation, as sublimated by the replica as the product, the worker entirely replaced by their own likeness. Gothic more broadly interrogates state predation, while like capital turn us into food, whores or otherwise, mid-exploitation pushing for liberation, while in hell is a cycle of predation which Rowling's dress up half conceals, Halloween style, so many monsters so little time, from appetizers or paratextual documents for volumes 1 through 3. Artist Sergeant Madness. Canon and camp aren't discreet, they hyphenate in deeply corny ways, themselves prone to bad puns. Below. Footnote 6. In which authors from Austen's day, a famous critic of the Gothic, would object by purchasing honey or writing novels that didn't extol the virtues of slavery. Mansfield Park, far quieter in such things, generally subversive compared to Rowling's novels, me vis-a-vis Edward Said, See cornholing the corn lady. There's an entire history behind sugar, or things treated like sugar, one being the food of royalty, only to become, like so many things, cheap, and sex unpaid labor tied to nature, below. Or as Patel and Moore write in A History of the World in 7 Cheap Things, capitalism is a process in which money flows through nature. The trouble here is that capital supposes infinite expansion, growth, within a finite web of life. The same cheapness allows capital to exist. It's bred in Circus Gothic, equally cheap in ways that further objection to allow state vampirism to continue for as long as possible, though not forever, i.e. capital cheapens life to enact itself, thus prey pimp war on nature as monstrous feminine until it can't, and the capitalist scene collapses during state shift, RA from Raising Awareness, cited in footnote 1 and footnote 3 of State Vampirism. Figure 1 William Blake, Europe, supported by Africa and America, 1796. Under capital and state models, which the Soviets borrowed from the West to a Cartesian degree, above, nature is monstrous feminine, a vengeful war to police out from an ethnocentric past, RA, nature is food, i.e. into socialist realism as much as capitalist realism, for more see Patel and Moore, footnotes, specifically on Cartesian thought, and a 16th century ecology tied to America, communist China, and the USSR. Capital polices sex as much as it does because it needs sex to survive. The oldest profession, therefore, labor struggle. To survive capital's killing of the planet, we must free the almost whore from bondage. Doing so means ushering queerness and unpaid labor into the revolutionary framework, one that former models have historically ignored above, i.e. per the universal class subject is white, straight, and male, but also paid. R.E., a Gothic researcher, author, sex worker, activist, responds to Woke is Dead, featuring John the Duncan. For an entire book on sugar, which Patel and Moore explore themselves as cheap food, consider Sidney W. Mintz's Sweetness and Power, the Place of Sugar in Modern History. No man is an island. To that, activism typically involves doing things we don't like and having fun where we can while waiting for doom, as Gothic does, embracing chaos poetically or otherwise. And when the unfamiliar invariably appears, scarcity for the imperial core, many turn to familiar comfort food. So that is what Gothic criticism usually details, the trashy and the profane, but also the base, vulgar, and rude, navigating a growing lack of control through calculated risk, RE playing with power as past, interrogating it through camp, RE interrogating power through our own camp. I don't even like Harry Potter, and haven't for decades, but am still writing this piece anyways. Activism equals work as much as play, which aren't mutually exclusive, but I digress. Even so, and despite queer people's fatal attraction to theater as something the elite can't fully control, I'm just a little trans girl facing a billionaire and her army of useful idiots, or any dickhead who uses theater kid like a slur, backhanded compliment, i.e. as many reactionaries do, including socialists. Hunting big game, what hope do I have, especially when I've failed before, and undoubtedly will again. Artist, the brothers Hildebrandt, cited Policing the Whore. Footnote 6a, e.g. spooky streaming socialists, why broad-tube theater kid humor doesn't work anymore. Trans woman, academic, and activist here, a sex worker too, and yes, theater kid. I've written about Thorne and Wynn's liberal Zionism before, RE slurs on activism, about empanada being transphobic. Just call it that instead of theater kid, which sits next to identity narcissism, counter-revolutionary, and other dubious labels rooted in transphobia I've received from other socialists of the ML variety who treat identity politics as anathema, hysterical, degenerate, etc. The point being, theater and queerness aren't monopolized by token moderates and bad actors, can be used to speak out against genocide just fine. Source YouTube community post, Persephone Vanderward, 3/30/2026, in response to Spooky Streaming Socialists video. This extends to feminism in socialist spheres in general. Trans author, researcher, activist, and sex worker here, and one with a specialty in tokenism, e.g. TERFs and SWERFs. Feminism historically has a fascist character to it, with the first wave being racist, among other things, and the second wave also being racist, as well as trans-exclusionary and anti-sex work, etc. These reactionary antics never left. They existed past and present, alongside liberal varieties, into the 2010s, i.e. after Gamergate, Trump, and Biden's presidencies, and the rise of TERFs, what I call fascist feminists, vis-a-vis Judith Butler. To that, liberal feminism is just fascist feminism with more masks. That being said, things that call themselves socialists often do so on the tin, but not in practice, e.g. the Nazis, but also the Chinese or the Soviets. Mao's abuse of women is a classic example, or Berya's treatment of young women under Stalin. say nothing of the Soviet recriminalization of homosexuality, making illegal of abortions, reducing the ease of divorce, and forcing women back into the household after World War II. Point in fact, all of these countries exploited care work, sex work to varying degrees, harming women, queer folk, and the environment as practices borrowed from the West. State socialism exploits through state models, vampirism as I call it, which is why I'm an ANCOM, not a Marxist-Leninist. See my work on Bad Empanada, alongside your co-workers. In short, we have to be better than Western liberalism. We also have to be better than Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and Mao, etc., what I call making Marx gay, i.e. Marx being homophobic in ways future socialists encouraged, i.e. through the universal class subject, the white straight man, and prioritizing of paid labor over unpaid labor. Working men of all countries unite. The state rapes by design. Profit or productivity. Source YouTube community post Persephone Vanderwart 3/30/2026 in response to revolutionary thoughts. The revolution needs women, and women need revolution. Feminism decays just as socialism decays. Ergo, it's possible to critique capital and critics of capital because they're both in dire need of it. To that, whores, unpaid labor, provide stability through chaos assigned to us, made abjection, re the palliative numinous. The Gorgon casting a shadow longer than Marx has to engender compassion for comparison to alien beings, he and his excluded. Marx and Engels, Lenin and Stalin, etc. These men were not gods. So don't treat them like straight white saviors for queer folk and BIPOC. Camp and critique them like you would anyone. Do the same for those who view them uncritically in light of genocide and other calamities, i.e. those happening around the world, at home and abroad. Again, what hope do I have, especially when I've failed before and undoubtedly will again? About as much as a hobbit versus a dragon, I suppose, or a shield maiden at Helm's Deep. But that's no reason to despair. We do what we can with the time we're given, and that's that. This pertains to the monomyth, as usual, and Rowling's modern mishmash of wizards, warriors, and girls to get. Except I was the girl who wanted to be a witch and was, like anyone else, born into a world replete with stories that shaped me. Matter shapes consciousness, and vice versa. Ari, Marx's base and superstructure from Capital. Tolkien wasn't perfect, but used the language of the past, namely dragons as vice characters, to critique wealth, Ari, dragon sickness, the problem of greed, and my larger body of scholarship on Tolkien. Rowling's the dragon Tolkien warned about, would have likely openly despised, and probably for sexist reasons. Vain, greedy, and cruel, an elderly swindler tied to a vast fortune that she, like her avatar Harry, did not earn. Or rather, billionaires are like dragons, thus incredibly persuasive and forceful when they need to protect their hoards, which, in Rowling's case, tie not just to theft through conquest and revenge, but accumulation through profit under a Protestant ethic, monopolizing violence, R.A. Weber's spirit of capitalism. Footnote number 7. Frankenstein are the modern Prometheus concerning the creature finding a copy of Paradise Lost in the forest near the DeLacy farm. Ari, stealing power from the past in artifacts thereof. For us, something that speaks to our own alienation through an uncanny being. So is weak, strong useful to us in state actors. Ari, Yellowstone's White Indian narrative. See also White Indians, Black Planets from Unto the Breach. From recent American pulp media into older forms featuring cowboys and Indian-style comics and novellas, the latter inspiring both Tolkien and the Nazis, who also shared Tolkien's love, if not accuracy, for Nordic myths, to enact imperialism themselves, e.g. from Lebensraum to Zionism, which Tolkien endorsed through his anti-Semitic dwarves. See Rebecca Brackman's Dwarves Are Not Heroes, i.e. in and out of their own stories alongside parallel adventures, which we'll look at deeper in the footnotes, with Israel and Stalin. And when near a dragon, it does not do to leave it out of one's calculations. Dragons guard shit, but workers can adopt or camp draconian vice character qualities themselves to integrate modernity with imperfect language from the imaginary past, re as the Gothic do, camp a Gothic communism breaking state monopolies on violence, terror, and monsters, re Weber, Esprit, and me, see the state, its key tools, all to counteract the qualities of capital / the state, re secular colonial, heteronormative, and Cartesian, Ibid. Calculate that. Monomyth necropolitics, or does not do to leave a live dragon out of your calculations, featuring Donald Trump. The state, like a dragon, siphons an open disguise, i.e. it cryptonymically enacts necropolitics in abject monomyth language that workers challenge in dualistically Promethean sacred profane ways. See footnote 11a. But as Mary and Percy Shelley showed us, and Rowling by refusing to stop, easier said than done. The calculus is steep, the toll heavy. You feel alone, chained umbilically to your abuser above. Cited End of the Road, concluding the roadmap and Volume 1. Have sunk a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that its sculptor well those passions read, which yet survive stamped on these lifeless things, the hand that mocked them, and the heart that fed. Source, Ozymandias. So again, why bother? You found a magic book in the forest, or a statue in the desert above. Model and artist, Blood Bunny and Persephone Vanderwaard. Source, The Quest for Power, and footnote number 1. Something that, like Tolkien's annoying thrush, tells of the dragon's secret, her weak point, sharing the same bodies in theater ours do. What of it? Is there any value in such things? Or the struggle in resisting admittedly plastic, curiously badass, and neo-medieval ideas of good-evil and bastardized language? The Gothic taken by Rowling, from Tolkien, from Shelley, from Milton, from Dante, from Homer. The answer is in the cycle itself, or holistic study is what this book is all about. Source, shining a light on things. There be dragons, but also giants, gorgons, and witches et al. So read on if you dare. Take my power, indeed the wisdom of the ancients, rooted categorically in Gothic, Ari, a cultural understanding of the imaginary past, and let it change you, your understanding of the world. Time is a circle. But gird your loins first, and remember your aftercare. Dragons play rough, after all. Dragons all the way down, sold like amusement park rides, from Radcliffe's Banditti to Tolkien's Orcs and Nazgul to Radcliffe's Death Eaters, all echoing the palliative numinous above and below. Artist Anatol Finstark cited Foreplay Praxis Volume Outline, Part 1. What to do, and again, why bother? For starters, Rome wasn't burned in a day. It happened inside itself anyways. 2. The Promethean theft of power from the gods is a lifelong endeavor. Re. Ludo-Gothic BDSM, chasing the palliative numinous to have the whore's revenge, e.g. me in Metroidvania, see She Fucks Back. Victory is raising a finger to start with, camping those hypercanonical things that enact unironically necropolitics, the deciding of who lives and dies, in monomyth language, e.g. Key and Peele, far more successful as YouTubers than I'll ever be, and largely by simply sharing their televised skits on YouTube below. Source thumbnail, if Hogwarts were an inner-city school. Responding to Rowling in her wake for having sucked all the oxygen up, Ari Capital is dead on arrival, and employs the imprecating language of persecution as something to intersect or divide as needed, but gentrify and decay all in the usual ways. Schools, as far as capital and nation-states care, are siphons that disguise in Gothic ways. Footnote number 8. E.g. blood libel, witchcraft, and sodomy, through whores policing whores, i.e. for the pimp and their revenge, stealing power from the past, the Promethean quest, divide and conquer, re. idle hands, policing the whore, and rape reprise. Again, skull equals theft, and flow of power determines function for workers or the state. Workers can further enforce objection to flow power up mid-predation, or they can play with rape and its symbols to change polarity during Ludo-Gothic BDSM. To that, Potter has been decaying Ozymandias style for years. It and Rowling, who already sold out in 2014, but really let the mask slip in 2020, becoming dead and gone, alien to many queer people who used to love her work, but jumped ship well before other cis-queer straight people did. Once the usual gay desert, started to feel less allegorically rich and more like an active snare. E.g., satin mad puns, Harry Potter is garbage, and here's why. Not going far enough to boycott at the time, despite there being a queer person of color. Life and death aren't separate, but unify under capital and necropolitics to summon a grim harvest with Promethean potential. Whatever it steals and rams back down our throats per necrobiome, we're left with a cheapening of various natures, R.E. Patel and more. Unable to digest what it takes, it can only move mid-predation and panopticon, and endlessly. The contradictions eventually enter crisis and die, renewing the Reaper-like cycle until resurrection and rape, chasing productivity and profit, become completely untenable. R.A. State Shift, the capitalist scene from Patel & Moore, see footnote 6. Regarding footnote 9, with her Turf Wars piece officially titled J.K. Rowling writes about her reasons for speaking out on sex and gender issues. All the same, the larger cycle, and Rowling gobbling up so much gothic pastiche and reactionary bile to then vomit it into children, childish adults gaping mouths, all like some kind of terrible hag-like bird mom above, artist Velman and Karaskowit, source The Beautiful Darkness, is always going to feel somewhat abject, i.e. necropolitics and the monomyth going together like zombies and brains. Indeed, each hyperbole evokes size difference to numinous extremes, e.g. offsetting vulnerable youth and vitality with predatory old age, so-called hag or husband horror, effectively highlighting good-evil struggles Rowling only ripped off from others, and they from others, from others, from others, Mason and Bime. And far away as Frodo put on the ring and claimed it for his own, even in Sammath Nar, the very heart of his realm, the power in Barad-dûr was shaken, and the tower trembled from its foundations to its proud and bitter crown. The Dark Lord was suddenly aware of him, and his eye, piercing all shadows, looked across the plain to the door that he had made. And the magnitude of his own folly was revealed to him in a blinding flash, and all the devices of his enemies were, at last, laid bare. Then his wrath blazed in consuming flame, but his fear rose like a vast black smoke to choke him, for he knew his deadly peril and the thread upon which his doom now hung. From all his policies and webs of fear and treachery, from all his stratagems and wars his mind shook free, and throughout his realm a tremor ran, his slaves quailed, and his armies halted, and his captains suddenly steerless, bereft of will, wavered and despaired, for they were forgotten. The whole mind and purpose of the power that wielded them was now bent with overwhelming force upon the mountain. At his summons, wheeling with a rending cry, in a last desperate race, there flew, faster than the winds, the Nazgul, the ring-wraiths. And with a storm of wings they hurtled southwards to Mount Doom. Source: The Return of the King. Artists from top left to bottom right: Petar Mazeldija, Frank Frazetta, W.M. Kaluta, the Hildebrandt Brothers. Source: Medicine. Bitches love magic, i.e. the power of poetry translating into thought, especially radical thought in the right hands, hearts, and minds. Theater abstracts different things in preferential code, i.e. from all our yesterdays, as Shakespeare put it, the tradition of all dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brains of the living, as Marx put it, meaning first in tragedy and then in farce. Source: the 18th Brumaire. Regarding power as something to paradoxically perform and perceive, function determined by flow of power mid-aesthetic, i.e. notes on power, workers die and die often, but capital is also mortal, i.e. insofar as workers can, like Frodo and the Ring, take their own power back, and in Gothic half-real ways, on and off stage. So is Rowling in her book series, subject to the same immutable laws, and any characters inside, including Snape, i.e. she fears picky eaters, the assorted tactical frivolity that results a refusal to give her our power, money or otherwise. Butchers want pigs at the trough, eating slop before the slaughter, a position Snape himself described Harry as being in, thanks to Dumbledore's machinations. So the boy must die? Asked Snape quite calmly. And Voldemort himself must do it, Severus. That is essential. Another long silence. Then Snape said, I thought, all these years, that we were protecting him for her, for Lily. We have protected him because it has been essential to teach him, to raise him, to let him try his strength, said Dumbledore, his eyes still tight, shut. Meanwhile, the connection between them grows ever stronger, a parasitic growth. Sometimes I have thought he suspects it himself. If I know him, he will have arranged matters so that when he does set out to meet his death, it will truly mean the end of Voldemort. Dumbledore opened his eyes. Snape looked horrified. You have kept him alive so that he can die at the right moment? Don't be shocked, Severus. How many men and women have you watched die? Lately only those whom I could not save, said Snape. He stood up. You have used me. Meaning? I have spied for you and lied for you, put myself in mortal danger for you. Everything was supposed to keep Lily Potter's son safe. Now you tell me you have been raising him like a pig for slaughter? But this is touching, Severus, said Dumbledore seriously. Have you grown to care for the boy, after all? For him? Shouted Snape. Expecto Patronum. From the tip of his wand burst the silver doe. She landed on the office floor, bounded once across the office, and soared out of the window. Dumbledore watched her fly away, and as her silvery glow faded, he turned back to Snape, and his eyes were full of tears. After all this time. Always, said Snape. If not friend, why friend-shaped? Again, it's necropolitics, state predation, cryptonomy, and abjection, the monomyth for some, choosing of food, mates, masters, and shelter, the king eating the peasant that dragons commonly symbolize in medieval and neo-medieval stories, and where someone's current neo-medieval, neo-Gothic calculations from the 1760s to the present should not leave dragons out if they live near you, or sit as headmaster at your school as home. Calculations mainly of deciding who lives and who dies are essentially what Harry Potter is, warts and all, and whose predatory net grows and shrinks under rainbow capitalism, a FOMO system of temporary inclusion that, in any castle, not just Hogwarts, recruits from the margins of class, culture, and race, the currency of pain and death, i.e. tokens to spend, boom or bust. Snape, for all his anti-hero, bad boy posturings, is the pussy-whipped roadman, the bootlicking highway bandit recruited by the king for the former's terrible qualities to do the latter's dirty work, racism chief among them, but also ableism. Dumbledore, meanwhile, is Saturn, a geriatric, increasingly senile cannibal propping up Boy Jesus, the Lamb of God, or Abraham's son, above. Which is always canonically okay, provided the state does it, specifically the rightful headmaster of Hogwarts in this case. It's something manufactured in a highly centrist way by Rowling as following the same basic pattern and leader into an early grave. A process of abjection for which Son describes in 2022 as follows: there are no moral actions, only moral teams. Reading footnotes 10 and 11. Given Mudblood speaks to an inability to do magic that isn't tied to race, especially if you make Snape black, but I digress. Footnote 11. The Abrahamic religions all tying to sacrifice and mercy through a loving, patriarchal deity, one who kills any who openly defy him, versus Satan as ultimate foe the God allows to exist, but I digress. With Christianity, specifically Catholicism, being historically accused by critics, of vampirism and cannibalism, a charge it would foist onto different anti-Semitic tropes, i.e. blood libel, sodomy, and vampires, but also witches being reputed kidnappers who murder and eat children, but also use their fat, specifically the fat of young boys, to make flying ointment for their broomsticks. See Eat Me Alive, or Undead Feeding Vectors Part 1, a crash course introduction to vampires and witches. It's boundaries for me, not for thee. Dumbledore, as much a Death Eater as Voldemort, but worse, one who lies and manipulates Harry across his life. In short, the one who makes all the so-called hard decisions. The centrist dragon who roasts peasants on spits while calling it mercy, so-called burnt offerings, in keeping with Abraham, but also Dante. At least Voldemort, the story's real scapegoat, was nakedly honest about eating Harry, alongside the other cannibals at the table below. Dumbledore's school, like any Gothic castle's neo-medieval, is a constant Promethean equation of the housed-unhoused proposition, a Faustian palace for house slaves or elves, on the chopping block, where they toil under constant fear of master and field. The former threatening a given servant with expulsion if they don't keep the peasants in line. From Dumbledore, Harry, and Voldemort, to Aragorn, Gandalf, and Sauron, to Van Helsing, Jonathan Harker, and Count Dracula, the Impaler, all echoes of the King Arthur legend monomyth before and after it, e.g. Spawn, above, artist Todd McFarlane. The king's a king, and all kings are bad, and yet they remain one whose language of power Gothic plays with, exploitation and liberation sharing a half-real stage, the hero, the barbarian, the sage, the the virgin, the whore during the Promethean quest in duality, reify power and play with it, a Mad Hatter's Tea Party courting itself in half-naked echoes, reminders of cannibalism, incest, and various other unspeakables made speakable through darkness visible below. Footnote 11a. A stealing of power from the imaginary past, i.e. as half-real, quantum, but tied to reality, coming from Jesper Jules' half-real zone between the fiction and the rules, but for which I apply to Little Gothic BDSM to liminal spaces, gray areas of power and performance between fiction and non-fiction, commonly framed as trashy or shallow to disguise a critique of power, double operation, through, can't, playing with taboo things, e.g. sex and monsters behind upon various buffers. RA. Introducing revolutionary cryptonomy and transgressive nudism. To that, Harry Potter the franchise is wish fulfillment, guilty pleasure for those who consume it. Harry is the hero, both as sacrifice and assimilation fantasy, a secret prince, the latter meaning for different token minorities, those acting white, straight, male, and or able, who want to be sacrificed later, if potentially never, while inside the avatar, and taken chaotically outside, the mirror to project onto, because representation at Hogwarts, a miniature of the British Empire, is generally sparse for minorities different than Harry. Meanwhile, Dumbledore is a fraud, false friend, father, preacher, etc., but so is Snape, the false servant playing Pinocchio, and by extension Rowling, a miserable hack saying I love you before braining the sow and devouring it. In the castle, capital and small, she's someone who can only be happy by indoctrinating others, namely children, then watching them rape her desired victims for her during harvest time, which spends tokens and ostracizes traitors of class, culture, and race, and said outside the Harry Potter franchise. She's a chicken hawk, no different than Majora, Voldemort, Emperor Palpatine, Sauron, Caesar, or Trump, and someone workers can mercifully challenge, a by using the same moon-sized language she offers and others abuse, R.E. Tolkien, albeit in highly reversible ways made objection. You can't kill all of us, or ever fully control us, and you're gonna die too. Cited, the monomyth and cycle of kings, or perceptive zombie eyeballs, paralyzing zombie tyrants with reverse objection, and other Gothic theories. About Trump, I mention him alongside Rowling because both are billionaires, and both are walking skeleton lords with dubious claims over the earth, their share not just being the lions, or frankly everything that is, was, will be, with he an actual executive, and Rowling the de facto empress over her own little kingdom, i.e. superimposed over the earth while doubling it, as something she, he, and any other member of the ruling class think they own, a priori. That's how state vampirism works. Geography is destiny and in the blood, re canonical essentialism, i.e. if you're white, straight, and male, or in Rowling's case, close enough. She and similar feminists of the first and second wave act like sexist, racist men more than they don't. In fact, they specialize, finding niche prey to target, isolate, and punish the man in a dress invading women's spaces, re Darvel and obscurantism. Turn that on its head, having nature's revenge against Trump and his Aesopian knockoffs below. Exhibit 1, originally from Heaven in a Wildflower, but replacing the last frame with Trump's creepy Easter Bunny companion and what I assume can only be Christo-fascist resurrection and nuclear hellfire, all in lieu of the president's off-the-wall statements about destroying an entire civilization moments before. Source, Betsy Klein's, with the Easter Bunny at his side, Trump won't stop talking about Iran. From Angela Carter to us, we live in Gothic times. The same idea goes for any part of the owner class, or any workers acting like owners for owners, i.e. cops, which traitors are, re sharing the blame. That covenant of the rainbow is theirs. The world their oyster to pry open and take what's owed. Be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. The fear and dread of you will fall on every living creature of the earth, every bird of the air, every creature that crawls on the ground, and all the fish of the sea. They are delivered into your hand. Everything that lives and moves will be food for you. Just as I gave you the green plants, I now give you all things. Genesis 9. Anything defending that view is rewarded with scraps, and anything challenging that view is erased, e.g. trans people, See Jesse Gender's The Fascist Politics of Forgetting, exploring at length the violence of the archive, the fascist politics of forgetting to defend the archive. R.A. Fascism is imperialism come home to empire, i.e. the Gothic fear of the old tyrant and liminal hauntology of war, that stories, including neoliberal stories, during an era when such cycles and theft are more common, sell to and help prepare the same basic idea to the young and old alike, r.e. the traveling castle, grim harvest, e.g. Tulpa's Tower of Evil from the Ronin Warriors, below. Exhibit 99E from Nerdy Patriarchs, Real Men, and so-called male witches. Bring me the earth, and join every dimension. Emperor Tulpa demands, bringing the Tower of Evil into the human world. There, Tokyo's population is ignominiously born into the structure, forced to serve the evil yokai forever, according to the Fu Manchu ghost toady. Neoliberalism is the predator it abjects off onto a scapegoat, the actual predator donning some form of face-heel kayfabe, dayman, fighter of the nightman, re, while furthering abjection during state vampirism, in defense of ourselves and the earth from such technologies of conquest of the planet and its peoples mapped out and conquered by bad actors time and time again, re me and video games vis-a-vis Patel and more, see the quest for power. We must learn to recognize the power that be at work. Trump, for example, is wielding his powers like an old executive would, a dragon or witch king doing necropolitics as a dark lord, openlying without care. A transparency Rowling is also starting to favor, a why shouldn't I keep it? It's, as Tolkien would call it, dragon sickness, except it's tied to capital as a thoroughly modern invention built on top of older dead empires. I kill where I wish, and none dare resist. All the same, seeing and recognizing such devices in small gives those of us who capital normally targets an edge, e.g. when Trump, the symptom of state vampirism as the cancer, says, an entire civilization is going to die tonight. He's doing what survivors of abuse and generational trauma already recognize. Johnny J. been sitting with this all day, mainly because once again, as a native, this is not a shocking threat. For us, it's all too familiar. SourceGate 47-2026. Vanderward Art was sleeping on it myself, a survivor of rape and domestic abuse. Abusers love bomb you, saying they'll end your world before giving you treats, back and forth. That's essentially what this is, with Trump to Iran and everyone else. SourceGate 47-2026. Source: Monster Modes, Totalitarianism, Menticide, and Opposing Forces, Cataloging Oppositional Praxis. In other words, there's a strong theatrical element to such threats, which, however false their flags are, however invented the enemy is, are backed up by force targeting real people and places, on stage and off, i.e. power is performed in either case, re notes on power. Those within the imperial core, especially the status quo as white, straight, and or male, are typically unaccustomed to the austin power of such spells, which workers consciously learn to overcome through the dice rolls of survival, which categorically turn people into victims or abusers, but sometimes healers, e.g. I'm a rape survivor, from raising awareness. Comply with my demands or face total annihilation is a common abuser's gaslight, a raping of the mind, juiced merely discussed in foreign dictators that apply easily enough to those at home who feel off balance, under capital, thus more prone to betray themselves and other workers, i.e. like home is invaded, but also invading and feeding on them, re monster modes. Taking truly endless forms above, these are things women, or those treated like women, past and prize, must routinely face, then learn to overcome, i.e. riding the wave to avoid selling out like Rowling herself, a victim of trauma, did, re the horror's revenge. Said revenge means becoming better people, thus those who change the world for the better while inside of its giant, half-real necrobiome, summoning power to play with it using little gothic BDSM. It's less sickness be gone through force of will, and more I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me, meets I was blind but now I see, meets for my will is as strong as yours, and my kingdom is as great. You have no power over me. It can feel somewhat Sisyphean to be sure. But the first step to challenging state vampirism from Camus to me is to smile at the gods by showing them our ass. Artist Persephone Vanderward, source Away with the Fairies or Double Trouble and Axiom Merge. Fear is the mind killer, yes, but power is generally naked to a degree above, re the paradox of exposure. Likewise, canonical and campy actors share the same stages, bodies, and language, i.e., there's no singular interpretation or application when arbitrating power through these. Furthermore, the wave in recognizing it, writing it subversively, is something I myself am familiar with, i.e., escaping jadis or running up that hill. I.e., we must learn to govern ourselves versus the government of states, which exist to pimp labor and nature, pitting us against ourselves while clawing back lost territories the world over. Colonies escape control, leading to recolonization at home. We being the key word, not the government, which is complicit in genocide, i.e., as Ted Stormer notes, paper doesn't stop tyrants, and the 25th Amendment is nothing but a piece of paper that is useless without teeth. Trump's yes man and both wings of the same bird, there to serve him in state perdition, again by design. To that, replacing J.D. Vance would merely postpone the problem at best and accelerate it at worst, de-aging the dragon through a soft coup that would actually just put a younger authoritarian and fascist at heart in power. Source, YouTube community post, Persephone Vanderwaard 4/8/2026, in response to Silent Middle Child's Trump, a whole civilization will die tonight. The calculus of said Armageddon extends to fantasy stories that, through themselves and their own larger-than-life examples, target, rape the mind, the body, and the land, etc., i.e. by proxy in ways workers can recognize, re. Myth, Skeletor, Gozer the Traveler, Destructor, and yes, Harry Potter. The sooner we do, the sooner we can acclimate, adjust, and reverse objection on the aegis. The revolution won't be televised because, and in Gil Scott-Heron's own words, it starts from inside while responding to, collating external things based on superstructure. I.e. Gothic communism is holistic for a reason, critiquing socialism as flawed from the start, something that decays inside capital. Leave Mark Fisher alone, nerds. Marxism understands the mechanics of capital, but is often lacking on the social and psychological side, i.e. from anyone who isn't white, straight, and male, first and foremost, the universal class subject being paid labor under those qualities, working men of all countries from Engels, e.g. Marx and Engels' homophobia, followed by Stalin's, and his racism and sexism, etc., followed by Marxist Leninism and different interpretations of Marx that overlook his flaws, forget he was a Gothicist, to an extent, re. on Marx the Gothic and camping them through poetic shorthand from raising awareness, as someone who, alongside Engels, talked about queer people as criminals, sodomites, and aliens from other worlds, Uranians. There's plenty to critique in Marx, and plenty to value in Fisher's work. That capitalist realism is something we must avoid by combating where it happens, re. through the Gothic mode, I argue. So-called pure Marxists are allergic to synthesis, but especially the gay shit, and to varying degrees the rights of other minorities, marginalities too. You need to hybridize, not pulverize your approach to just Marx, class reductivism. Take what is useful and leave the rest. Also, it's annoying that these guys are like, Marx's models predict everything, when their predication, the mass accumulation, and an inability to do anything with the wealth leads to crisis, is the same basic conclusion that Tolkien made in The Hobbit with his Battle of the Five Armies. Artist Justin Gerard cited Prey's liberators. There's more than one way to skin a cat, or a bear, below. Source YouTube community post, Persephone Vanderwaard 4/12/2026, in response to Revolutionary Communists of America's The Decline of MAGA and U.S. Imperialism. Yes, it's a bit chicken or the egg, though eggs actually predate land animals, chickens or otherwise, but the fact remains revolution is a battle for worker hearts and minds as already colonized by state powers, and one that many Marxists, especially Marxist-Leninists of the Stalinist or Maoist schools, absolutely suck at because they're not sexy, funny, and or interesting enough to hold people's attention, avoid creeping minorities out, re. from Gothic communism abstract. To combat nation-states as the ultimate foe, Gothic communism's chief aim is to be campier, thus sexier, and funnier than Marx. Camping his goes to develop a holistically intuitive anarcho-communism that got through a widespread, collective, and solidarized emotional and Gothic intelligence, awareness that recultivates the superstructure and reclaims the base through intersectional resistance and de facto extracurricular re-education. The wisdom of the ancients, or cultural understanding of the imaginary past, endemic to this organizational process, and not one any particular group can monopolize through violence, terror, and monsters, etc. By winning hearts and minds to a shared pedagogy of the oppressed, one that goes beyond the universal class subject from normal Marxist revolutions and oppositional and controlled opposition, i.e. as paid, white, straight, able-bodied, and male, see me responding to John the Duncan. So might we avatars From footnote 6, so might we avatars of the Gorgon remind Caesar and the Empire and Marx that both are dead, and lesson in humility, doubling as reminder of that frightening thing that levels dragons, kings, cities, citizens, and slaves, from Athens to America, both built on slavery and the latter on genocide, death, which the Gorgon, mistress over life and death, effectively embodies, the paralyzer. Source, Hail Caesar, or Balor the Leveler, as gay zombie Caesar in myth, the Fallen Lords. To that, we don't scapegoat a singular case of power, state power run amok, the so-called Mad King, but abolish capital state apologia to prevent said things from happening ever again, a reversing objection to subvert the wave's flow and form of power to suit our needs, RA from the Undead module. Per the process of objection, the middle class canonized the raping of nature, treating it as monstrous feminine through the ghost of the counterfeit, i.e. as something to punch, doing so in monomythic language that moves money through nature, repeating the grim harvest. As such, the undead become things to do battle with in some shape or form, as monomythic. Be that doll or dollhouse, castle or tyrant, they reify in magical poetic forms that never quite existed, but whose rapacious, full medieval histories increasingly exist between reality and imagination, on stage and off. Childhood as something to revisit in service to profit. Source, Persephone, zombie, eyeballs. The corpse of empire is ugly enough, but also a corpse that doesn't know it is dead. So when the man comes around, show him your aegis, and as you do, take your power back in ways they cannot realize or stop. To that, joy under fascism isn't really about fun and having it, which playing with monsters permits, RA from Tolkien to us, but in recognizing the parallels in and out of real life in pin-poor ways. Persephone Vanderwards from Weimar to Kansas, the historical similarities between Berlin whores and American trans people. From there, we give the pimp a heart attack, cryptonomy, and objection, which I'll reprise during On the Hip. Medusa set free, or Gandalf the Grey uncloaked, below, denying Rowling and other bourgeois cannibals what they're forever hungry for, allergic towards, and lacking any genuine semblance of, in their walking shadow of a life. Praise, love, respect, connection. Having lies the crown, bitches. In place of a dark lord, you would have a queen. Not Rowling aping Pygmalion on the Aegis, but Galatea, the Gorgon, sitting on Capitol, teaching Pygmalion and his ilk better lessons before it's too late. RE state shift. C. Nature is food. Footnote number 12. From Beowulf, the Monsters, and the Critics, to my own body of work, camping Tolkien's canon while drawing on his Tookish side, RE my Tolkien scholarship. Witches are monsters, and monsters have power the state cannot exclusively control, i.e. through violence, terror, and morphological expression as two-way streets, RE the state its key tools. Artist Lilith May. Big things have small beginnings. Here's mine, meaning my stabs at YouTube during the early 2010s, below, leading to my coming out, i.e. PhD and beyond, all roads lead to Rome, RE from YouTube videos symposiums. To it, these are videos from my channel before 2026, dating as far back as 2014. Those between 2014 and 2019 tend to use visual aids, traditional editing, and function more like video essays of the YouTube sort. I'll detail a different time in my life, one where I was very much in the closet and more socially awkward. Right around when I went back to school the second time, found love multiple times, came out, and eventually after COVID pursued my PhD, my quest for power, into my book series. The titles, dates, photos, and descriptions are directly from YouTube. Exhibit 2, from Sharing the Blame. Artist top left, Bay Ryan. Top middle, Persephone Vanderward. Top right, Shipwreck Valeroy. Bottom left, Persephone Vanderward. Bottom right, Clockwork Rick Spin, cited, raising awareness. Again, you might ask, why bother when these seemingly went nowhere? But they didn't, you see. I had many adventures, meeting helpful people and helping many who needed my help, in turn, side by side, easy, cool hackers like Josie Howarth for the former, and many kind, hot, and sexy people, sex workers, mostly fags and whores like myself above, for the latter, over 100, are in my series and post-series acknowledgments. That, and my PhD, while independent and contested by gatekeepers for not being peer-reviewed or otherwise accepted at university, was still something I wrote both with academia and life outside academia in mind, and with academic help. Nonetheless, it and its companion books remain my life's work, viewed with pride. For more about that, refer to About My PhD and work based on it, from Master's to PhD and beyond, my entire work in Metroidvania. So, despite the roundabout approach I took, and my fumbling around in the dark as I did so, my methods would contribute to unclear pathways that, to borrow from Key and Peele again, put the pussy on the chain wax, re shining a light on things, or how to make monsters, reclaiming our lost power by putting the pussy on the chain wax. Change is abject, to be sure. It's also silly and fun, moving in ways where the instructions for moving towards communism, raising awareness and solidarity, aren't immediately clear, meaning for anyone the state betrays by design, e.g. BIPOC, women and or trans people, i.e. the state is white, straight, and male. See Understanding Vampires. The state sucks, we suck back, starting a thing, and having fun, which isn't antithetical to revolution. However, we can. Failing at YouTube and other things, or why bother camping the canon? Re. Bad empanada. Given I chose to duel Rowling as a master, not a novice, I suppose it's only fitting we cross swords at last. My book series focusing on TERF's tokenism, but not so much on Rowling's books. Re. Regarding tokenism. Every hero has a journey, this element recounting how I became a witch, not through great deeds, monomyth style, but happy accidents that were, as I see them, chances to learn, grow, and change. What Bob Ross calls bravery tests. Doing so makes me closer to Smendrick the magician, someone never fully master of her spells, but using them to do good works, camp canon, however she can, anyways, and often fucking up along the way. The same could be said of any medievalist, a trade that, frankly, isn't high in demand these days. For me, that's the whole of my journey into the real witch I ultimately became, which includes YouTube and its reactionary elements needling me. To it, there's stiff differences between praise and perdition, i.e. someone who responds by asking, "Are you a wizard?" and someone, e.g. Bad Empanada, who goes. The incel loves, hates the baddie, i.e. is someone to chase in puritanical, pimp the whore ways, older socialists of those nostalgic for Marx, Stalin, and Mao's sexism and homophobia being conservatives in red paint, re. on sex work versus Marxist-Leninism from raising awareness. There's certainly a conversation to be had about Disney and its problematic vice character representations of evil, but likewise study and consumption, specifically the purchasing of media to support the author, aren't the same. Re. Allegory allows for exploitation and liberation at the same time, and any academic Philistine who avoids studying media at all is tragically myopic. To that, I haven't consumed a single Disney film since the early 90s, but do identify with the witch, the alien to persecute, the rebellious whore, i.e. as a neo-Gothic freak show that billionaires pimp out, and some Marxist-Leninists choose to blame, calling me and similar peoples a sex pest, narcissist, counter-revolutionary, useless eater, and so on, re. raising awareness. Effectively blaming the whore for capital of the state, e.g. Bad Empanada likening me to Natalie Wynn, a liberal Zionist, when I told him slurs are an activism. It's a huge driving force towards my current work, and one that YouTube continues to play a small part in, e.g. React number 32, Orientalism and the Gothic, or mild criticism for an Arab ally who loves hates Aladdin. To camp something is to make it gay, in ways that open-veiled reactionaries despise, but which are ultimately vital, lest socialism exclude us once more, re. making Marx gay. Bad Empanada. Blue sky is where you go when you have 15 self-diagnosed mental illnesses and want to be in an echo chamber with other people who also have 15 self-diagnosed mental illnesses. October 1st, 2025. Bad Empanada, I say. You might as well call my friends and I useless eaters at this point. Of course, I legitimately think you should be in the mines. You are a dangerous sex pest, so it's ultimately great for everyone else that you are unemployed and just at home all day, writing embarrassing blog posts interspersed with porn of yourself, no reason that no one reads. Keeps you away from sexually assaulting people. In response to me and my essay Slurs Are an Activism, October 8th, 2025, Bad Empanada says, we desperately need to bring back forced labor. Doing so is generally Sisyphean. In YouTube videos, I recently cataloged my own journey towards transformation, awareness, and why that matters when doing things that feel meaningless, i.e. when facing enemies or structures that only appear indestructible, i.e. exposing them after failing to in the past, if only step by step, e.g. my using YouTube before or after I came out to critique powerful people, and within a larger Gothic mode, the capital of the state, historically appropriate and abuse. This goes for Rowling, but also strange bedfellows who don't consume Gothic media, with Bad Empanada very much still around, despite my efforts to expose him, partly because many people know, but don't care enough to acknowledge his bullshit themselves, e.g. Essay 9.25, apologizing for misapplied research, asking for the Cavernacle's help with Bad Empanada, timestamp 1913. C'est la vie. I digress. I want to quickly read a sample from YouTube videos here before talking about fighting back after getting the necessary tools to fight back Cant the Cannon based on ostensible gaffes. This page catalogs my favorite, more recent YouTube content, which gives a more conversational, symposium-style approach to various topics, usually things being discussed on that platform, i.e. by other YouTubers. It connects loosely to my larger body of work, including my book series. I'm generally not a YouTuber. Yes, I occasionally make videos on the platform, but prefer places that give me more control. I'm an archivist, a focus on my book series, not my video work, which, excluding my Prometheus fan edit, frankly isn't my best anyways. But in light of the ongoing genocide against trans people, I want to establish some record of said catalog existing. E.g., my blog or 18-plus website, which focus on written essays about the Gothic tied to my book series, Sex Positivity. These synthesize academic jargon with daily conversation, which my videos essentially amount to, a journal, or a draft of sorts, generally discussing topics conversationally that I've written extensively about elsewhere, or want to write more about in the future, a symposium. To that, I often cite my YouTube content in my essay videos, but also YouTube community posts, the latter which I advertise over my YouTube videos. Those take my normal subject matter, namely sex and monsters, and make it more approachable according to what YouTube allows. Not much, sadly. This is to say that much of the sexual content therein is either removed or reduced to the spoken word, i.e., people talking about shit, including what they consume under capital, the Gothic commodifying sex for centuries. I digress. Critiquing Gothic media includes how people discuss what they consume, including jargon but also slang, because no matter how trashy and or fake a current reinvention appears, i.e. Hoggles goes to the counterfeit, media contains coded instructions, i.e. for how people act outside stories alluding to said behaviors, how they're supposed to act, that is, and generally understate models that further abjection, thus state predation, in some shape or form. There's generally a half-disguised cryptonymic approach to this, allegory or hidden meaning that, in Gothic, generally announces in highly trashy ways. Understanding said trash includes studying the people who consume it, those who, despite wanting to hide their true views from their victims with bad actors, or signal to others while avoiding detection with good actors, can be gleaned easily enough when studying people, but especially their opinions about Gothic media. Ari, when talking about shit, often in reactionary moderate ways, fencing with iconoclasts and subversive agents they police for canonical auteurs and profiteers, e.g. the Birdman below, punching up and down. Artist, the Birdman, exposing the grift Harry Potter in the curious case of Black Snape. Supposed to act is a do-don't, naughty-nice proposition, with many Gothic stories having a moral lesson, chastity narrative to unpack, one tied historically to aspects of class, culture, and race, dressed up in monstrous language, usually a villain to scapegoat by the story's end. R.E. Radcliffe's refrain. In turn, Gothic is full of various taboos, stigmas, biases, phobias, shames, and so on that, however secret separate they first seem, seldom stay inside the text. They leap from the black mirror onto onlookers, the latter generally absorbed in what they see as betraying something about themselves, mid abjection, a process of projection and persecution from state actors. In other words, mirrors reflect. Black mirrors reflect secrets of a dark sort, whereupon cryptonomy and abjection already cousins unto themselves, denoting corruption, devastation, betrayal, chaos, and radical change, death, etc., outside of racial applications exclusively. All share the same stage, appearing in the wilderness between knowledge and ignorance, from Plato. To accommodate and accentuate the larger conversation, I share other YouTubers alongside myself and my published scholarship, i.e., as talking about people and things back and forth at the same time, and which includes myself prior to leaving the closet versus after I left it. Keeping all of this in mind, I essentially gained things while modifying my usual diet, including Bet Empanada's essays alongside Rowling's books, though I stopped examining his work long after I did hers. In changing what and how I consumed thought about the world, I slowly and then very quickly learned I was gay to see the world quite differently than before, with my being a closeted Marxist back in 2015, re dragon sickness, i.e., I was a Marxist before coming out, my egg hatching to birth a gay dragon Tolkien's closeted side could scarce imagine. See concerning rings, BDSM, and vampires. Suddenly on the hip, but armed with experience, the fatal knowledge that reversing objection mid-cryptonomy brings, through the fire and flames, I had learned how to camp the cannon, a seriousness that, as Sontag puts it, fails. Suddenly I, like a witch, or a dragon, could fly and seek my revenge. I wasn't the worst witch anymore, and not one terribly concerned with Bet Empanada's thoughts of me and my work, the latter thinking erroneously that I simply want him to notice me, which I don't. But what should I do with my newfound powers, gained over a lifetime of mishap dealing with bad actors? Note: I said I would reprise cryptonomy and objection, but don't want to dwell on them too much. Refer to state vampirism if you want a deep dive. Exhibit 112C from Stand to Fight, artist Persephone Vanderwart. It ain't easy being green, whereas Frank Baum envisioned the witch as a small fairy tale obstacle. Elphaba Throp was pointedly written by Gregory Maguire as a kind of sympathetic vice character. Not only is she arguably trans, non-binary, and/or intersex, she speaks truth to power in relatable yet moderate ways. To that, Elphaba regrettably retreats into cliché as the story progresses, Maguire ultimately sacrificing in the barrier gaze tradition. Like Charlotte Bronte's Bertha, then, Elphaba simply becomes the madwoman in the attic, her humiliating relegation assigned by Maguire through the stigmatizing trauma of her green screen. She becomes radioactive. In doing so, Maguire serves the bourgeoisie instead of defying them, which would require writing Elphaba as something other than a historical victim of the state, a bit like a zombie with her green skin, and kill on sight punishment by Oz's executive. By drawing Elphaba as I have, I posit that Oz's most famous witch needn't be reduced to a sacrifice or catchy musical number to inspire people. She can be depicted as a sex-positive death fetish rebel, who, like that undead musical number defying gravity, but with actual irony and gothic counterculture, soars to majestic heights. Camping the cannon or punching up while on the hip are a cryptonomy and objection. Cryptonomy and objection hold hands in Gothic, from Plato's Republic, Dante's Inferno, and Paradise Lost, to retro-future enterprises like Star Wars and The Matrix. Stories of rebellion aren't just dualistic, they concern shaping how we see sold back to us, i.e. in canonical shadowy forms whose uproar punches down in disguise, something sacred, a sacred Bible that decays in and outside itself, and classically makes one the dupe as something to play work with, re me vis-a-vis Cloggins. To fight back is to punch up, while on the hip, playing with Gothic and Black Bibles to learn from them mid-adventure. Camping canon involves a great deal of disguising revelation, but also raw shock. Exhibit 0A from Who's Frederick Brennan. The revenge fantasy is commonly a blinding one, suitably clouding the vision and minds of those eager to accept easy solutions, i.e. chances at revenge from capital, whose empty promises cheat workers to grievance dressing revenge up, the avenger doing the elite's dirty work. Furthermore, the paradox of exposure is that total hiding, the closet, is a one-way ticket to the grave, and harms something to anisotropically and apotropaically reverse mid-abjection. Many trans people currently refuse to closet themselves, thus pull a Saruman or similar character, i.e. normally appeasing tyranny by betraying ourselves in different ways during capitalist realism. Instead, we have a chance to be brave and stand united against a larger foe, while others sell out, punch down. The assemblage of competing choices traversing time and space, the chronotope extending beyond any given retro future, conveying generational trauma to haunt our would-be colonizers with, YouTube or otherwise. The goal is to change how we see, thus think about the world as nostalgically fed to us, as already dead, rotting but hypnotically so. regarding footnotes 13 and 14. 13. Not merely the stuff of rulers, but generally conveyed as such, e.g. Queen Elizabeth. I know I have the body of a weak and feeble woman, but I have the heart and stomach of a king. Rowling thinks herself a queen. I suppose she technically is, has the capital for it, but also, queens have fragile egos, die and stink like everyone else. For all her material power and followers, Rowling's extraordinarily callow, thin-skinned, the mother of incels, a thoroughly awful parent, on par with Victor Frankenstein, re acting like a man, whose lesser sham we whores expose upon ourselves. See, Fortune favors the bold. It really doesn't take much. Scratch a turf, and a fascist bleeds, and swerves our turfs, but I digress. In short, she's a predator playing the victim, a poser acting powerful much like any reactionary. Her strength is a lie, mere kayfabe she can't monopolize, and while we scratch her simply by existing to call her bullshit out while enjoying ourselves. Cited, always a victim. See also Elizabeth Hadley's More Than a Monster, Medusa Misunderstood. 14. Re, her terrifying powers, wrote Creed, describing Medusa on the Aegis, or as I describe it, a highly cryptonymic device. Through cryptonomy furthering or reversing objection, Gothic commonly communicates in show-conceal-style code and waged in half-real language on stage and off. A kayfabe for all intents and purposes concerns the Gothic camping piracy and death as home. E.g. Medusa's head, essentially the Jolly Roger, tied to female monstrous feminine bodies with a bandit, bastard, and our barbaric character. Come home, as abject, apocalypse, alien invasion, vampire, the matriarch in question tiring out an aging rapist while feeding on him. Source, state vampirism. She's a being of revenge, righting past wrongs, but also a numinous actor with which to reify and worship power as ancient, divorced from capitalist ideas while pushing towards post-scarcity and pre-capitalist ways. Exhibit 0B, From Frankenstein to Alien Covenant, and similar stories science fiction out of the Gothic. Mary Shelley's Immortal Legacy concerns the panoptic, anisotropic gaze of technology and nascent, man-made creations, a fear of rebellion and robotic things treated like robots, all from Cartesian thought, the Enlightenment, into capital's technological singularity, the scapegoating of technology and nature, slaves, for capital's crimes, the wished fulfillment of magical transformation into endless empire or utopia, one where technology goes far enough, healing from rape and fire of unknown origin from making demons. A central theme is Curiosity Killed the Cat, specifically tied to astronoetics, or the colonial gaze of planet Earth, i.e. objected onto scientific creations with an imperial Promethean stamp, the new vengefully killing the old during the modern Prometheus before cannibalizing what's left for spare parts, demons and dealing with them, or abandonment, dark worship, and vengeful sacrifice when dissecting Radcliffe. Often there's a psychological element involved, of searching for humanity in abject spheres called the void, before facing something uncanny and putting yourself in its shoes. The gaze mind of the alien, strongly felt alongside the familial parental themes, abject sexuality, and cautionary tales about enlightenment hubris, playing God through unnatural creation, etc. For our purposes, Rowling is a mad scientist, and so are we. One monopolizing creation, the Gothic, for herself and capital, and we taking such things back upon ourselves, the whore's revenge. No one is immune to propaganda, where propaganda, like objection, goes both ways. We all have our blind spots, those rooted commonly in nostalgia that state actors use canonically to uphold capitalist realism, ergo state vampirism, defense of childhood and home through seemingly fantastical stories serving as rose-tinted glasses, to progress in a better direction, one that is historically materially bereft of state harm, rape or otherwise. We must kill our darlings by dissecting them, in effect exposing the predation capital demands and disseminates underneath, Radcliffe style. The elite steal from workers, getting workers to play along through Radcliffean pirates and ghosts. The explained supernatural applying to trans people as mere cross-dressing imposters invading real women's spaces. Aging vampires who curse the day you meddling kids chose to interfere versus turn tail and run. The time for running is over. Whatever stand we make, survival, the baseline for queer folk, happens by speaking out. Source, Raven Smith's J.K. Rowling's transphobic tweets in the erosion of the Harry Potter franchise. To that, Rowling is false, but specifically someone who sells you forbidden knowledge and acted in bad faith. A Thatcher clone, Blairite corpse of a woman, acting like a man, generally by upholding patriarchy and capital the state through Snape, Harry, and everyone else. The corpse bride of neoliberalism, Rowling and Harry Potter are a vector to spread fascism's rot, hidden in a centrist sleeve that's been decaying towards do-it-yourself lobotomy for quite some time, and preserving the author in a perpetual spell of undeath, of tragically thinking she's actually helping others, or that others actually like her, when in reality she both withers on the vine and destroys everything she touches, Midas style, extolling capital's virtues all the while. Fascism makes you stupid, afraid of everything in highly push-pull, cop-criminal ways. Again, skull equals theft on the Aegis, Rowling radicalizing Radcliffe while growing increasingly paranoid in the other woman's shadow. R.E.M.E. vis-a-vis Crawford, C. The invention of Gothic terrorism, and in measured praise of the great enchantress. Call bullshit, and then use her still-living corpse, that legacy, as fertilizer for better things. I've known healthier graveyards than that woman's womb. One does not simply stick it to Rowling without dancing on her grave. Source: Patrick Lentons. Is J.K. Rowling's brain actually full of black mold? An investigation. I, on that note, offer you something in duality. A world free from harm that starts with workers questioning reality inside echoes of itself. There, unknown pleasures await. Just on the cusp of frightening discovery, terrifying state vampires with loss of control, radical change. Genocide, cuddling, and toxic love are basic. Universal liberation is where it's at, grabbing the fire of the gods for ourselves and our friends, other victims of capital, to break monopolies of the Gothic and its dualistic and asotropic discussions of violence, terror, and monsters. RE, the state, its key tools. Let's upstage this Cenobite knockoff, unmasking her like a Gothic villain to some degree, but also taking the same mask-like devices to do something better with them. This includes reversing objection, enacting like burial, the Gothic master trope, to house our terminally unlikable enemies, the ruling class, which Rowling belongs to, in a hell of their own making, that we are the mushrooms living rent-free in her sorry excuse for a brain, incubating there and eating it like the caterpillar does the wasp, devouring the next generation of dummies. Fortune favors the bold, or naked courage, sharing Gothic spaces of play while in the buff. Fortune favors the bold, and those with bold appetites, Cenobites or otherwise, are a Gothic ambivalence. Class war, a game of theft on the same chessboard, i.e. played between those who steal from workers' nature, the bourgeoisie, i.e. dragons, and workers who steal back for themselves in the natural world, assimilation is poor stewardship, i.e. witch cops, see witch cops and victims. We share the same spaces of play while trading blows, the North Vietnamese, for example, using colonizer munitions against them post-deployment. To interrogate power is to play with power, which persecution language is. Through an exchange of control, to reify, then go where it is, navigating the perils that await. R.A. dragons, yes, but also being a witch among those who play the part in bad faith. Such things are often naked, and in more ways than one. Fascism and capital, the state, are not kind to whores, the Soviets cannibalizing sex work alongside the Nazis, whose own persecution of degenerate queerfolk and horror Stalin and his successors emulated below. Nothing is policed more than sex, whose contradictions exclusionary forms of socialism, historically abjects, fails to free from the state, nuclear model, and household, e.g. by outlying or complicating sex work, abortions, and divorces. To it, I realize that picking a fight with Rowling, the de facto ruler of so-called Turf Island, puts me, a trans woman and a whore, at risk. Except I'm already at risk, as are my friends, e.g. my Irish Miley partner, Bay Ryan, coming from New Zealand, an island community and environment ravaged by white people, capital, for centuries. And to quote Eartha Kitt, a drag king if ever there were, I don't care, and I want to be evil. Or, as others have said before and after Kitt, the princess of plunder, in her own words, and along similar, monstrous feminine refrains she employed, eat the fucking apple, and you will be hated regardless. Megan O'Leary and A Sprout in the Garden, respectively. Better to rule in hell than serve in heaven, as Milton put it, and this ain't my first rodeo with Queen Turf and her ilk, e.g. Natalie Wynn, r.e. trans turfs, nerfs, and queer bosses. Nor does she have a monopoly on witches, which I feature embody in higher and tactically frivolous ways, i.e. unpaid labor, whores, breaking Gothic monopolies on different registers, tackling similar ideas, e.g. Interwitch in Tactical Frivolity, and Maddie Minx in my 2026 interview with them, which ties to other work I do besides. R.A. Gothic communism is holistic, e.g. Metroidvania and its token subjugated Amazons made Amazonomachia, serving a similar canonical role Harry Potter does, and one unruly whores, actual or de facto, challenge on the ages. Artist Doc Zenith. To conclude, Gothic tends to blur or confuse binaries and boundaries in duality. It flirts with theater, its abject villains often deeply magnetic, charismatic, and/or intimidating as both authors of state hypocrisy and lies, and deeply intense and attractive alternatives, rebel player as authors embracing so-called sin, forbidden power and knowledge, dark desire, while freezing and feeding on traitors. To that, reversing objection remains an extremely effective anti-predation tactic, the would-be victim, allegorically reminding their attacker during mirror syndrome how white Indians are traitors, and traitors suck, are immortal on black planets, i.e., the nuclear home reliant on slave labor while pimping it, the centurion slave holding the whip, the Medusa relegated to shadowy spheres, the Gorgon seemingly slain waits patiently in her supposed prison, a famous undead demonic chimera who appears in small, having the whore's revenge, i.e., of unpaid labor as a whole, one had through Hollywell and me, but other workers too, sex or otherwise, i.e., those who make up this article, my book series in Gothic Communism, reversing abjection from hell, the underworld, e.g., my friend, model, and muse, Maddie Minx, wearing Medusa on her skin as someone I interviewed below, showing the audience how nudity isn't a weakness, its power to summon and reverse mid-performance, onto bad actors, nuns playing at pimps, while letting the whore testify through confusions that capital curses labor with. From Marx to me, capital alienates and sexualizes everything. Inside the ensuing chaos and confusion, Galatea reclaims her power, taking it from Pygmalion to reverse abjection in many different ways. Source, once more Unto the Breach, or reading and responding to S.R. Hollywell's A Maze of Murderscapes, Metroid 2. Gothic adores fatal transformative homecomings that melt harmful false bloodlines. To that, we iconoclastic whores and/or transfolk of Gothic communism and its logo on our skins below never get old. We thwart those who prey on us, using what we have as monstrous feminine survivors and avengers to cryptonymically undermine our pimps mid-betrayal, not a brand worn by slaves, but a sigil of revolution using Gothic language and duality upon ourselves, the aforementioned Aegis, a canvas to author fresh destinies. Model and artist Blood Bunny and Persephone Vanderward. Source, my logo for Gothic gay anarcho-communism. Footnote 15. As I write in Tactical Frivolity, everyone loves the whore, and the whore is pissed. Frivolity is revenge, then, which takes endless forms, mid objection to manifest power, move it cryptonymically back and forth. R.E. per introducing revolutionary cryptonomy and transgressive nudism, or flashing those with power. Workers are shielded behind the canvas, the phone screen, the Polaroid, etc., but also thematically through things they embody and communicate, show, conceal in mirror-like ways, i.e. that flash the viewer with deathly images that, when seen, promote promise embarrassing reversals under puritanical duress, contradiction as subsequently doomed. Nothing is more policed than sex, alienized and fetishized than whores, the black sheep of capital both fleeced and fucked by state powers. Something the state, which it both hates and needs to survive, controls through, takes by force in ways we reverse back upon them, i.e. with reflections of their own hubris, cowardice, mortality, and ultimately insignificance. State monopolies put ignominiously to the sword through the best revenge of all. Medusa can't be killed. Token people don't speak for everyone, and their hands are tied. Ours are not, with turfs little more than pimps who forgot they were and are whores, or incels in Bad Empanada's case. That reality is easy enough to expose on the Aegis, of bodies and labor tied to larger dialectical material refrains, from Medusa to her fruit-like avatars above, an orchard of rebellion full of delicious fruit that challenge Rowling's rotten apple, while saying land back, labor back, bodies back, with poison of our own toxic and terrifying to her kind, but salvation for us, i.e. our sweet revenge. We not only share the same stages, but bodies and custom-like bodies. Courage is, so often, a denuding act in partial undress, the armor and weapons nudity of those treated like Amazons and Gorgons below. Artist Svetna Shubina cited Stand to Fight. If you scratch a turf and or a swerf, the two usually overlap. A fascist bleeds. Crypto-fascists scratch through displays they cannot stand to look upon unanswered. Footstools for Zeus. Regardless of the material used, the fight came to me and others like me that fascistically feminist pimps kettle and devour for the state. The rapist, the whore tires out, ties into knots, while topping from below. Theft, vampirism, or otherwise goes both ways. The pimp afraid of cooties, used to anti-predatory effect by avengers of past wrongs. To that, Rowling's a billionaire cunt, complete hack, a heartless husk of a woman betraying other women, white or otherwise. This includes cis trans women alongside other marginalized peoples, doing so everywhere in small and by proxy, through media and people, i.e. while preying on us in matrix-like ways, bread and circus. She's drinking our milkshakes, the evil, always hungry queen, who emulates capital by thinking herself noble or cynically not caring if she is, e.g. like Lewis's Queen Jadis sacking charm from within, or the villain from Silksong's City of Bells Farloom, see Persephone's Silksong Symposium. With such a confederacy against us, what's a girl to do but drink back? There's always an echo, ergo no monopoly on draconian things. It began with a whisper. One where a given fighter is just another castle, one the princess waits inside, wages war from. The raven is hoarse that croaks the fatal entrance of Duncan unto my battlements. Storm my castle, little man, or someone acting like a man, and reap the whirlwind. Castles in the Flesh. Source, Takana's Midnight Vampire, 2020, cited Vampires and Claymation. We'll touch on that deeper in. We'll also examine a variety of bigotries Rowling weaponizes, for there are many, to uphold a British-coded, neoliberal view of the world decaying into fascism, e.g. Snape wives being the toxic image of forbidden love, once sold hand over fist to middle-class housewives during the War on Terror by a tokenized madam and her actual de facto servants, ipso facto, and whose pernicious use of disabilities, indigenous peoples, queer folk, and ethnic minorities, etc., tokenize or otherwise chatelize prey on the usual recipients of state violence under capital, i.e. Birdman, who we've already examined. My own take, not just on Black Snape, but the Harry Potter franchise, i.e. as a whole, and concerning various token parties who, despite plenty of violence as to why they shouldn't, continue defending it anyways, thus completely ignore the racism and other bigotries endemic to Rowling's world. Capitalist realism gonna realize neoliberalism courting fascism in the hearts and minds of middle-class workers. By endorsing Rowling's franchise, her defenders fall under the aging billionaire's hateful spell, a revenge not of the Snape wives or blaxploitation camp, but of straight male caretakers chaining themselves, without irony, to Rowling's radiator. Auditions for Black Snake Moan, Part 2, Role Reversal. Source, YouTube Community Post, Persephone Vanderward, 4/2/2026. Simply put, there's a lot, and dissecting Rowling, a giant patchwork leech without a soul, takes time. So does dismantling her zombifying golems, Black Snape Moan, similar to my essay dissecting Radcliffe, but more to debride her toxic gunk, reclaim the Gothic from an imposter, and salvage anything positive from the author in question. If you really want to redeem Snape in that equation, you've got to free him from the Snape wife's curse, a bit like Vader from the Emperor, in effect killing him, from Rowling herself that her legion of imitators salespeople parrot without irony, and yes, there's room for toxic love, dark desire during calculated risk, provided irony is present, meaning during a given danger disco's invasion captive fantasy, and its pomper, prince, or lady, tramp, courtly love refrains, fucking the alien, the bandit, the assassin, etc. I'll see you in hell, below. Footnote 16. Offshoots of Rowling who defend her predation ipso facto. Birdman saying, buy her stuff, uncritically in the middle of genocide. To dissect him is to dissect her and vice versa. Smaller minions tied to a larger boss under capital, the state, i.e. the final boss being the structure they embody in small, and defend to varying degrees with capital, with minds of different classes, cultures, and races geared towards, through the media they consume, critique, and create to uphold state vampirism. State vampires versus those they call vampires to stake amply dry. Betrayal is betrayal, the camping of which cryptomimetically echoes what token parties ignominiously betrayed to begin with, in a variety of uncanny ways Gothic excels at. Doubles, in other words, e.g. Sinners, and the Smokestack Twins, above. To varying degrees, e.g. my exes Zool and Lindsay, aka Jadis, below, defended Rowling, one being non-binary, and the other gender-fluid, both female in ways that embarrass themselves to different degrees. Those with oppression betray out of desperation, those with privilege out of convenience, and there being no perfect abusers or victims, but for which betrayal, especially from token parties, is always embarrassing. Use that against capital and its defenders, however they manifest. Exhibit 2A. Artists, Top, Zool, and Persephone Vanderward in Manchester, England. 2018. Cited non-magical detectives, Bottom, Jadis, and Persephone Vanderward, cited Going Mask Off, showing Jadis's face. Sometimes you slay the pussy, and sometimes the pussy slays you. Nerds fuck, enjoy monsters regardless of sex and gender. I've explored my ex's abuses of me in the past, but also what they taught me and gave me to weather future storms. The exquisite sorrows with which they had been afflicted, made them think lightly of every succeeding woe. They had felt the sharpest darts in misfortune's quiver. Those which remained appeared blunt in comparison. Having weathered fate's heaviest storms, they looked calmly upon its terrors, or if ever they felt affliction's casual gales, they seemed to them gentle as zephyrs which breathe over summer seas. Source: the monk. That's their immortality, warts and all. And pulling the pin on this grenade, I've had its ammunition for years, something to wait and use when the moment was right. Now's as good a time as any, and if they want to fuss about the mention, know they're doing it while defending J.K. Rowling, either by fussing or by keeping mum about her. So we endlessly play not just with Promethean fire and Gothic, but with Ghost to get at forbidden knowledge and the power it holds. From Bloodmore to me, carving the canon doesn't have a logical starting point. We chase the numinous on medias res towards abject otherworldly zones, the Gothic prone towards scraping the bottom of the barrel as much as swimming in emotional sewage, the paradox of various bittersweet oxymorons. H.G. Milton's Darkness Visible. For now, and to conclude the essay half of this document, we'll start with my original video's cited works, from others and from my work, then push into further reading, viewing, the meat of the follow-up. Each citation then gives the author, title, and date, but also a single, several timestamps per video. We'll paraphrase the books and written articles. To keep things relatively short, this portion will be semi-scripted, with the unscripted elements existing solely inside the companion video when I record it, and the scripted elements written as singular paragraphs inside this document, which the video reads and expounds upon. If you just want the sources and my notes, this post has them all. If you want my extended thoughts and feelings, watch the companion video. From me to you, I invite you to try. Play with witches and dragons, trace your own constellations among the stars, camping the canon to hell and back, there and back again. Bibliography half. As stated above, the bibliography half is not fleshed out, is merely provided for readers to do with as they please while keeping the essay half in mind, as I will do when reading Dead on Arrival on YouTube. To that, the discovery of a single work can shape one's life forever moving forwards. Here's a bunch. Original bibliography from others. The original bibliography divides in two, from others and from my work. Source: Bethany Au's Black trans communities suffer a greater mental health burden from discrimination and violence. Elysia's Why is Transphobia Getting Worse in the Black Community? Nobody Talks About This. Essence of Thoughts, How J.K. Rowling Turned Harry Potter into a Symbol of Hate. Matriarch Types, But What Have the Cast Said About J.K.? Adult Actors Only. Sean Vids, Harry Potter. Regarding Trump, the Trump administration experimenting of trans people in prison. Examples of daily transphobe common trans myths. Iran's Black Lives Matter, Indigenous Australia's solidarity with the U.S. movement for Black Lives, model and photographer Neil Morris, and Sine Garo Ghosh, Ibid, Fanon's Black Skin, White Masks, Jim Crow Stories, D.W. Griffith's The Birth of a Nation, regarding Woodrow Wilson screening the movie at the White House, Playboy interview, Muhammad Ali, on him thinking black men sleeping with white women being a capital offense. Docra Zafoya or the Moor, a romance of the 15th century, Sarkeesian's famous adage from Gamergate, Obama's A More Perfect Union, Soka Neoliberal Apologia, source Obama's A More Perfect Union speech, annotated. From my work, No Girls or Trans People Allowed, Radcliffe's Refrain, Interviewing My Intersex Partner, Content Warning Essay, Intermediacia and Surgical Harm, Exploring Tolkien's Racism, my initial response to Birdman, including discussions on Tolkien's racism, anti-Zionism and anti-racism, anti-white supremacy, artist Danny Green cited concerning big black dicks, footnote 17, green, black, and similar colors, not just the color of death inside the state of exception, nor the color of stigma alone and persecution below, but the color of rebellion sharing the same bodies, spaces, and costumes fought over among workers, i.e. for the state or against it, an international politic, e.g. orcs largely being a British invention above, playing with the dialectic of the alien for different aims. Exhibit 98A4 from What is a Witch Part 2, artist J. Scott Campbell. Witches and goblins are classic symbols of persecution, alphaba the monstrous feminine, witchcraft, merged with blood libel and sodomy tropes. The Maguire version, Wicked Onwards, is trans, see sexist ire. The Wicked Witch of the West can be a symbol of proletarian revolt. It can just as easily be reduced to a neoconservative sexbot who gets mired down in incremental equality through convenience disputes, e.g. about nudism, instead of actually critiquing power. Just as power and resistance share the same space, the aesthetics of death and power as badass can be employed by bourgeois and proletarian forces in cryptonymic opposition. The context must be gleaned through dialectical material scrutiny as a matter of oppression disguise to be worn in good faith and bad as witch mid Amazonamachia. Tokens look like the oppressed, green skin or not. Source: Facebook artist Lawrence Macquarie and New Zealand, e.g. Peter Jackson cannibalizing the Maori and New Zealand Labour at Large to chatelize BIPOC and smash unions. Source: Peter Jackson slaps Kiwi Oz unions, threatens to move Hobbit to Eastern Europe. Vaudeville is vaudeville, and taking state pay without adding irony is ultimately still betrayal, race or otherwise below. The pimping of one's own culture under generational trauma turned into power fantasies for the colonizer group middle class in the global north, modules of the state being white, straight, and or male, i.e. under Cartesian thought, heteronormativity, and secular colonialism as endemic to state models of predation, i.e. the state its key tools. Many sell out while playing a role on stage, e.g. Makarari, above. Others become token cops fighting the crime of critiquing generational trauma turned into canon, i.e. Birdman, and the delusion of the token crime fighter's alter ego being anything other than subjugation. Further reading, viewing for holistic purposes. Intersectional problems require intersectional solutions, and Gothic communism is again a holistic discipline. To that, further reading covers a variety of topics that concern the Harry Potter franchise to reclaim what it stole. Before we start, state vampirism and Rowling is a universal bigot, trans stuff, other criticisms of Harry Potter, toxic love, disabilities, and much, much more, racism and making Snape black, geopolitics, bad actors, bridging the gap, calibrating Gothic, and learning from others. Before we start, state vampirism and Rowling is a universal bigot. Exhibit 1A, 1A1G3 from Overcoming Praxial Inertia. Make me feel, make me scream, sings the diegetic song in the above scene, from Jacob's Ladder. It mirrors the events and setting on screen, but also Trent Reznor's Closer from a year earlier. Exhibit 43B, the revisiting of trauma, including the revisiting of the procedure as full of dated concepts stacked on top of themselves, only to become dated all over again. The demon or the angel, then, occupies a kind of social get-together whose dancing is cryptomimetic, i.e. a calculated risk that minimizes harm but mimics the feeling of being out of control through the process of cryptonomy, hidden trauma displaced from its cause. Historical materialism is, itself, an inkblot of interpretations that haunt the basic scheme. The dancing means different things as Freudian, but also Dante-esque or Miltonian metaphors, allegories. In short, they can be campy or canonical to varying degrees that unto themselves are informed by the trauma of the viewer, and the artist is interwoven on the canvas experience as half real. It's like a bad dream that isn't completely made up, but feels impossible, absurd. But within this Gothic surrealism, the awesome power of terrible truths can be revealed through the apocalypse of stereotypical monsters and their complicated signifieds. First, remember my state vampirism compendium. State vampirism equals feeding through the state mid-abjection, alienation, fetishization, often in monstrous feminine language, above. i.e., be it openly capitalist or Marxist-Leninist, and generally under some form of capitalist and to a lesser degree socialist realism of a reductive reactionary sort, the monomyth as a franchised refrain which workers camp in Promethean ways when punching up. In essence, states hide and feed into old age. They lie to feed on workers and nature inside a punitive hierarchy that privileges a very specific group of people. White straight European men, which tokens emulate, generally by first framing the world as they codify it as something to prop up and defend from alien forces under a Protestant ethic, Cartesian dualism. Doing so cryptonymically through abject derval and obscurantism, they target degenerates, counter-revolutionaries, useless eaters, etc. among the youth, i.e. pimp whore code that shows conceals different instructions to administer violence in terrifyingly monstrous feminine ways. In other words, there are monsters to expose and fight to best maintain order, which is how the state does what it does, American or otherwise. It rapes by design, doing so under a variety of false flags, taking candy from a baby. Couple that with a female Nazi billionaire whose centrist exploitation, fear-mongering knows no bounds, and whose aging makes her more and more desperate to hold on to power, cheat death at any cost, and there's bound to be trouble. RE states feed through bigotry as a form of disguise by which to feed cryptonomy and abjection. Source: Margaret Lockier's Harry Potter, where the wizarding world's worst mistake is fat-shaming. Speaking of, there's a ton of bigotries in Harry Potter, penned by Rowling herself. Like, a lot. So many, in fact, that the algorithm keeps recommending essays dating back years, unauthored by a variety of different marginalities targeted by Rowling's work, those who can't afford to be blind, selective, or otherwise. Said targeting concerns in-story bigotries that are themselves relatively brief, and we don't have time to unpack them here, e.g., the double standards of Rowling's anti-activist sentiments, showing good detectives versus annoying detectives, like Hermione versus Rita, or homonormativity and echoes of conversion therapy bury your gaze with Tonks and Lupin, who Rowling marries off at the end to solve the issue of their queerness. As for the essays themselves, some are relatively short, however many are hours long, and cover just about every bigotry under the sun, though I haven't found ones that cover intermesia or whorephobia at length. And though I specifically remember Ron's use of the term Scarlet Woman to insinuate for his mother that Hermione is promiscuous, Winky's alcoholism as a slave whose continued bondage Ron apologizes for, certainly accounts as far as shaming drug use, self-medication through drug-seeking behavior goes. So when initially responding to the Birdman defending the worst of the worst, I said, it's like Rowling fell out of the bigot tree and hit every branch on the way down. Except I didn't just realize how holistic her terribleness was, how thorough the rot had and has spread, with bread mold appearing on the crust, after it's grown underneath. She's basically rainbow capitalism for token people. A bigotry for one is a bigotry for all, and Harry Potter is British imperialism, sold as young adult fiction, dressing wanton bigotry up as heroism, frontier justice, while preying on as many people as possible. The young adult, the white savior, cop, savior, is the destroyer in disguise, Rowling in capital, the great destroyer. Regarding Ron's apologia, here Rowling apologizes for bigotry by normalizing it between minorities, marginalizing infighting, aka divide and conquer, alongside anti-activist sentiments, RE, Hermione, and Spew, but also Rita and controlling the press through force, while also framing her as more masculine and annoying than Hermione, before torturing her. In keeping with anti-Scottish sentiment, there's also a scene where McGonagall sardonically offers Professor Trelawney's tripe, aka haggis, a Scottish dish made at least partially from sheep innards. And various national rivalries between England and France also exist in the books, during sporting competitions tied to schools with sports teams, a very neoliberal framework, nation prestige, whose Anglo-centric signature Harry Potter happily embraces. Artist Avital Dyanim cited on goblins being a weird nerd and transcriptonomy as a monstrous antidote to bigots. See also Goblins, Anti-Semitism, and Monster Fucking from my Tolkien Scholarship Compendium. Again, this tracks. Rowling is a billionaire who objects to greed onto Jewish-coded goblins as practitioners of usury tied to Christianized medieval stories about greed above, and who Israel defends because, of course they do, so-called muscular Jews versus diasporic non-national Jews. She became a billionaire, like most billionaires, except old money or Nepo babies, by exploiting as many people as possible, and which, for her, happened behind a shoddy veneer of universal inclusion, steeped in bigotries playing the victim. It's a lie borrowed from Thatcher and Reagan, Blair and Clinton, but a profitable one, promising assimilation or toxic love, to children, meaning those Rowling relies on to bring her story to life, i.e., unlike Star Wars and Lord of the Rings, which feature primarily adult actors, Harry Potter needs an army of child actors, soldiers, to work for her, to defend her stories like gospel, in which she recolonizes through an endless structure of invasion secluded in her castle with fresh youths, Oliver Twist style, marks turned pickpockets whose lives are planned out for literal years in advance, replenishing the ranks when the originals become unruly, e.g. Daniel Radcliffe and Emma Watson, source Helen Bushby and Ian Youngs. J.K. Rowling reignites Roe with Harry Potter stars. Footnotes 17a and 17b. Did I forget to read a thing? I did. Before we read the footnote, I forgot to read Exhibit 2b. Source laughed Yusuf Abdul Hussein's, "Yeah, this Chuck Norris movie is anti-Arab propaganda." 2026, top right, Daniel Ziffer, cited Murat C. Yilditz's Muscular Judaism a la Turca. Yilditz writes, Jewish studies scholarship treats muscular Judaism and the obsession with the Jewish body as an exclusively Central European phenomenon, and identifies Max Nordau, co-founder of the World Zionist Organization, as the creator of the concept of the muscular Jew. Nordau's idea of muscular Judaism established connections between this new type of Jew, the muscular Jew, who was physically and morally strong, and a prosperous Jewish nation, Ibid. Such notions don't have to exist purely among actual Jewish people, ethnic and or religious, but mercenaries on and off stage who take state pay to further global U.S. hegemony through a proxy state, i.e. Chuck Norris taking American Israel funds to make a terrible Zionist action movie, above. The same basic monomyth, get strong, have revenge idea is prevalent in many European and American fantasies, where capital uses these ideas to maintain capitalist realism, furthering state vampirism through heroic bodies tied to eugenics and phrenology, aka race science, re. the Olympics and Nazi dogma concerning transphobia in the world of sports, neoliberalism, and nation prestige, wherein states make freaks ostensibly in labs to promote their arbitrary and maximalist wheat from the chaff cultural values. See React number 31, All Trans People Deserve Empathy, responding to Brian Sutterer's blatant transmedicalism. Cultural values, including binarized beauty standards, face, heel, kayfabe, and moral panic, good, evil, value judgments, etc., all operate accident of birth. Geography and biology are destiny, and tied to a spurious gender binary through said territory and media at large, doing so collectively under manufactured scarcity, conflict and consent, and military prowess, sex and force, as historically materially tied to propaganda, and territory inside-outside paramilitary sporting events. It's a concept I first explored under bodybuilding and neoliberal values in action-themed video games before shifting over to the Promethean Quest, re. Neoliberalism in Yesterday's Heroes, my older unfinished book, was absorbed into Sex Positivity's original 2022 manifesto, followed by its 2023 debut with Volume 0 and 2025 culmination, i.e. after I wrote Policing Bodies and Military Optimism, exploring Heinleinian competent men and women. And hyphenations, e.g. Amazon's and the Man Box, see my Amazon research, but also my older body of work, 2017 to 2022, for good encapsulation of this body of research's evolution. That's the hero side of it, but there is also the villain or vice character side, e.g. lampooned by Key and Peele above, source Key and Peele's Dad's Hollywood Secret, in ways that tie current comic books, video games, and movies, etc., to older Hollywood forms. Selling out is selling out, but it comes in a variety of forms which follow function as the flow of power up or down. It also guides profit and public attitude through cops, victims, propaganda, where both sides are weak and strong. It's homo sacer, with the conquerors often both siding things in white savior, liberal, and or Indian ways, i.e. always with plot armor, costs his belly, and a license to kill, good or bad, e.g. knitting cult lady, an Air Force veteran below, trading one cult for another cult, speaking in Destroy a Civilization, about the American-caused casualties of over 100 schoolgirls in Iran with a Tomahawk missile due to bad intelligence. In that particular case, KCL explains how it's not genocide unless you prove intent, and that it's just a terrible tragedy for people who just happen to live in the wrong part of the world. Ibid. So perfect victim arguments by someone shedding crocodile tears. This leads me to respond. On the receiving end of American imperialism, you mean? That's not a tragedy at all. It's a war crime, my dear, and you're apologizing for state abuse of power. Because of course you are. You're a pro, and it's your job to. Source, YouTube Community Post, 4/8/2026. Looks like I was on the money when I wrote, to be frank, KCL's a military girl giving off white liberal vibes at times. Source, YouTube videos. A Karen who cares more about looking right, feeling superior, than refusing to apologize for the American military. Source, Threads post, Daniela M. Young, August 8, 2024. This is also, if memory serves, her picture for profile on her YouTube channel. It's not that we can't take useful ideas from soldiers like her, merely to critique them, e.g. responding to knitting cult lady Armageddon for profit is the point, but we must always remember that liberals lie about very nearly everything, with bits of truth, similar to reactionaries even. They just dress castle doctrine up, and Western liberalism is all. The flavor of the lie is different, the function is not, i.e. they'll lie whenever it suits them, but the effects of the social and material disparities aren't so easily concealed. The American empire is in decline, and the morality of the exchange is never with the ruling class, colonizer group, which America is. 17a, i.e. muscular Judaism from Max Nordau, though I've also heard it called heroic Jew and takes on literal to cartoonish forms. Above, a term coined by Max Nordau in his speech at the Second Zionist Congress held in Basel on August 28, 1898. In his speech, he spoke about the need to design the new Jew and reject the old Jew with the mental and physical strength to achieve the goals of Zionism. Source, Wikipedia. Israel loves to play the hero and the victim, the Darwin obscurantist approach to Umberto Eco's "the enemy is weak and strong" adage, and so people can see through that, and some people can't. E.g. Einstein and Michael Brooks versus, say, Howard Zinn, re The Roots of Trauma, footnote 15, and a gradual shift under American global hegemony and CIA interference. Anti-Semitic tropes became increasingly Orientalist, including in Disney films, into the 90s and beyond, i.e. replacing the nationalist or American Zionist Jew with a big-nosed, swarthy, and duplicitous Arab or brown people in general, e.g. Mexican immigrants and asylum seekers from the global south at large, inside the same scapegoat caricature, or a mild criticism for an Arab ally who loves-hates Aladdin below. Just as tokens emulate the white, straight colonizer to survive, they abject their policed qualities, specifically the giving of violence regarding said qualities, onto other outsider groups. The diasporic Jews of the Third Reich and spotty treatment in Soviet Russia became Americanized, a rabid token dog to seek out the same caricature in Arabs for Americans as they or their ancestors have once experienced themselves. i.e. bigotry is plastic, subject to the same imbricating but flexible qualities any dark persecution language and cop victim outcome does under capital as a white supremacist institution. They can be camped, but that camp exists in duality with canonical or reactionary separatist forms that monopolize oppression for themselves, often corporate below. Exhibit 2, source left, Yusuf Abdul Hussein's Every Offensive Arab Stereotype in Aladdin, artist right, A. Wyatt Mann cited Ufa Jensen, The Happy Merchant, as an anti-Semitic hate picture, a historical perspective on visual anti-Semitism. As A. Kramer writes, quoted at length because relevant, we must point out that Joseph Vissarionovich Stalin had some contacts with Zionists in the past. The Russian Zionist activist Dan Pines wrote in his memoirs that he had visited Stalin when the latter was Commissar for Nationalities in the mid-1920s and got his support for his Zionist activities in Russia. This position was in total contradiction to official communist policy. It flew in the face of all those Comintern decisions and also of the policy of the Jewish section of the Comintern that had declared Zionism as a dangerously reactionary movement. In 1920, the Second Congress of the Comintern had issued a statement on the colonial and national question in which we can read the following: a glaring example of the deception of the working people of oppressed nations by the united forces of imperialism of the Entente and the bourgeoisie of these nations is the Palestinian adventure that is being put forward by the Zionists, and Zionism in general, which in claiming to establish a Jewish state in Palestine in practice is advocating for the expulsion of the Arab working people from Palestine, where the Jewish workers constitute only an insignificant minority, a role that is exploited by Britain. But Stalin completely ignored the genuine traditions of the Bolshevik Party and the Communist International when it was led by Lenin and Trotsky. Its sympathy for Zionism was typical of the right Bolsheviks. Source: Fred Weston's Stalin's Responsibility in the Creation of Israel and Its Disastrous Consequences. Proceeding. However, in line with the ultra-left turn of the Stalinists in the late 1920s, when most of Bolshevik oppressionist leaders were in prison, the sympathy towards Zionism was suddenly suppressed, and it was outlawed in Soviet Russia. In spite of this, criticism of Zionism was never strong and symptomatic in the 1930s. In fact, not all relations were bad between Zionism and Stalinism. However, after having their hopes raised about the positive aspects of Zionism, by the late 1920s, many left-wing Zionists had been disappointed by their experiences in Palestine, and they returned to the USSR. The majority of these people were later executed in 1937. In the late 1930s, the official position on Zionism in the USSR also began to change to a more favorable one. In the huge official Soviet encyclopedia published in those times, we find a positive attitude towards Zionism. It is said that Jewish migration to Palestine had become a progressive factor because many of the immigrant roots stood on the left and were also workers, and these could be used against the pro-British Arab sheiks. At the beginning of 1947, a very strange coalition had come into being over the Palestinian question: the USA, the USSR, and the Zionists. They all supported the partition of Palestine. Of course, each one of these had their own specific interests. The USA wanted to push out of the old British colonial lion and replace him with the oil-rich and strategically important Middle East. As for Stalin, he wanted to use the Jews in Palestine against British imperialism and to establish a point of support for the Soviet bureaucracy in the Middle East. We also know what Ben-Gurion and his gang wanted: a great Israel on both sides of the Jordan, or at least encompassing the Sinai Peninsula. We could also ask questions ourselves as to whether Stalin had any inkling of a Marxist understanding when he supported Zionism. The answer is, of course, that he did not. His approach was all reduced to playing the old game between Russia and British imperialism for control of this region. Stalin didn't support any drastic social changes in Palestine, and thus a bloody conflict to divide Palestine was absolutely predictable. The only solution would have been a united socialist Palestine for both Jews and Arabs as part of a socialist federation of the Middle East, but this was a closed book for Stalin. Even worse than this was the fact that the Soviet authorities gave a green light for supplying Israel with weapons. Source: Stalin and Zionism. Source image: Stalin's Responsibility. The settler colonial project doubled as a proxy war inside the larger region, one that saw the Soviets fighting in Afghanistan in the 1980s, whose counterinsurgency was funded not just by America and the CIA, but by the Chinese. See Real-Time Histories, Red Army versus Mujahideen, Soviet-Afghan War Tactics, 1980-85, and Why the Soviet Union Lost in Afghanistan. Imperialism demands partition through police violence, Soviet or otherwise, mid-objection. Footnote 17b. See also Stephanie Meyer's Twilight. Source: Ariel Nagy's 10 times Edward Cullen was actually the creepiest boyfriend ever. Selling the usual I can fix him simulacrum to tween girls married off to shells of men before they're old enough to vote. In that case, like Rowling's Snape, the character built stems from older amatonormative stories like Wuthering Heights, The Phantom of the Opera, and Romeo and Juliet, and works best when narratives of sympathy are compelled by naked, unironic predation. Carter's romancing the werewolf shtick, Ari, the riddle of steel, are confronting past wrongs. There's also some degree of cryptomimesis regarding the playing with generational trauma during calculated risk. Meyer's Edward Cullen, similar to Rowling's Snape, becomes far less likable when the chip on his shoulder is revealed to be naked, lust, possessive, and bigoted. Worse, in Cullen's case, because he's an old man and a teen boy's body preying on a 12-year-old girl with no brain. The selling of toxic criminal love that uncritically furthers abuse mid-objection. Ari real life, toxic love, and criminal sexuality in true crime. Girl, no. There's a difference between guilty, subversive pleasure, and permanent submission, however similar they appear. Ari, always a victim, and I'll see you in hell. Prescriptive sex normalizing marriage, generally with some degree of good guy, bad boy, stemming from Radcliffe's novels, i.e., one of the first female novelists, wrote Gothic stories in which, despite Austen camping them, survived through ongoing expressions of mutilative desire, i.e., Woolf's Radcliffean model. Think Jane Eyre and Reader, I Married Him, but in ways that symbolically turn men and non-white women into fucking forget, flavor of the month, death fetish scapegoats, already defined through sex normativity, and popular media. Many, often white middle-class girls are exposed to such things early on, i.e. their so-called first loves in ways that mollify their own anxieties felt in the house as prison from cradle to grave. There's room to camp that, but it must be done consciously, surrendering control momentarily in the fantasy, but not in our lives, in which sheriffs betray others through said fantasies, and often after which they surrender to the ruling class, e.g. Radcliffe's gentler heroines, but also more recent Amazonian types too. They lack what I call Gothic maturity, specifically the ability to say healthy things through taboo language during Little Gothic BDSM, i.e. while pushing for intersectional solidarity and consciousness, developing Gothic communism, thus universal liberation, the various creative successes that collectively overcome practical inertia, division, dormancy, and betrayal. Source: paratextual documents. Mutilative desire, what I call knife dick, or walking vasovagal, RA from Volume 1. Exhibit 31, from A Problem of Knife Dicks. The boogeyman and boogeywoman, for and sometimes against patriarchal capitalism, Cartesian dualism, generally orbit around rape, sexual violence, as synonymized with sexual activity at large, i.e. implements of torture that suggest or explicitly perform a biologically essentialized erotic function associated with psychosexual human bodies, and their assorted compulsions, stigmas, and fetishes. These historically materially divide into a gender binary that GNC dialogues must challenge, subverting cishet expectations of rape and violence within and outside of these fictions. Something to summon, play with, and work through our shit. Trauma, once inside you, never really leaves. In all the usual ways, including sexism, racism, and pedophilia. See Carolyn Reesum's 8 Things I Hate About Twilight, Racism, and Colon. Source: Laughed, Reddit. To this, Harry Potter is less a one-size-fits-all vehicle for minorities and more a shadow for them to stand in, i.e., while identifying with something they're not from an early age, a phallic power symbol similar to lightsabers from Star Wars, classic symbols of jousting and courtly love, above. When you replace wand with penis in Harry Potter, well, we'll soon find out, won't we? Snape said smoothly. Penis out, Potter. Are you okay? Harry said urgently. My penis, said Ron. Look at my penis. It had snapped almost in two. The tip was dangling limply, held on only by a few splinters. Harry hurried along it, stumbling now and then on the uneven floor, holding his penis out in front of him. But a reckless rage had come over Harry. He kicked his trunk open, pulled out his penis, and pointed it at Uncle Vernon. He looked up. Riddle was still watching him, twirling Harry's penis between his long fingers. Thanks, said Harry, stretching out his hand for it. The smile curled the corners of Riddle's mouth. He continued to stare at Harry, twirling the penis idly. Harry took the penis. He felt a sudden warmth in his fingers. He raised the penis above his head, brought it swishing down through the dusty air, and a stream of red and gold sparks shot from the end like a firework, throwing dancing spots of light on the walls. It's a bit gay. There is allegory there, but it's largely coming from people assigning qualities to Harry that books actively don't. He's a blank slate, easy means of general alienation, and rags to riches wish fulfillment, but nonetheless remains a white, straight, able-bodied tabula rasa in Rowling's world. By the end, he's a cop defending said world, one that only allows whispers of minorities to exist, or bad caricatures that lionize the neoliberal status quo Harry and Rowling's Gothic pastiche embodies. He's a dick, and a privileged one, which Daniel Radcliffe, Harry in the movies, and a trans ally in real life, really dials back in favor of an affable bloke below. Transgender women are women. Any statement to the contrary erases the identity and dignity of transgender people. Daniel Radcliffe. Source, Facebook. In turn, there are no moral actions, only moral teams, and cruelty is seemingly a virtue for the good guy versus anyone they, and Rowling and her fans, don't like, and they seem to hate everything in sight, a very Victorian approach to life, and one similar to what Joseph Crawford describes of the actual Victorians. As a graduate student, I once sat in upon an undergraduate lecture in which the lecturer asked the students a question, judging from the Gothic fictions they left behind. What was it that frightened the Victorians? The group was silent at first, but gradually responses began to trickle in. They were scared of the old aristocracy, witness Count Dracula, but they were also scared of the poor, thus the panic over the Ripper murders in Whitechapel and dead horrors. They were scared of modern science, Frankenstein, but they were also scared of ancient religions, the beetle. They feared the city, Bleak House. They feared the countryside, the Hound of the Baskervilles. They feared the very old, She. They feared the very young, the turn of the screw, the past, ghost stories of an antiquary, the future, the time machine, foreign invasion, the War of the Worlds, inner corruption, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, revolution, despotism, sex, women, industry, art, evolution, degeneration. Victorian Gothic, it seemed, demonstrated that the Victorians had been afraid of virtually everything. Source, Introduction to Gothic Fiction and the Invention of Terrorism. Source, Adam Frost and Xenia Vasilev's How to Tell You're Reading a Gothic Novel, in pictures. 2. The heroine is a pious virginal orphan prone to feigning. Feigning scale for key Gothic heroines. 1. By a swoon, we mean a total loss of consciousness due to an emotional event. If a hero becomes lightheaded but doesn't actually faint, this has been discounted. Also, if a heroine swoons due to illness or injury rather than emotion, this has been discounted. Mina, 1 swoon, from Dracula. She is brave and gallant with a man's brain. Agnes, the monk, 2 swoons. Elena, the Italian, 4 swoons. Clara, Wideland, 5 swoons. Isidora, Melmoth the Wanderer, 6 swoons. Matilda, the Recess, 8 swoons. And Emily, from the Mysteries of Udolpho, 10 swoons. Of course, the horrors of Gothic are often too much for men, too. Here are our top 3 male fainters. Alonso Moncada, from Melmoth the Wanderer, 4 swoons. Vathic, 3 swoons. Victor Frankenstein, 3 swoons. Capital feeds mid-objection, fearing and hating what it feeds on in bad faith. Everything. To that, Rowling is basically a copycat of Radcliffe, a perfidious changeling who took what Radcliffe feared, cheap replication, below, and expanded on her own terrorism hundreds-fold. In short, Radcliffe fucked off into the blue. Others took her place. Quote, Dale Townsend and Angela Wright refer to Radcliffe's disappearance after the publishing of The Italian as the Radcliffean interregnum. The literary world cannot comprehend that the highest-paid and most popular novelist of the 1790s has stopped publishing new material. In 1800, rumors began to circulate that Anne Radcliffe had died, and by 1811, false reports stated that she was restrained within Haddon Hall in Derbyshire, driven mad by the morbid exuberance of her own imagination. There is no clear reason for Radcliffe's disappearance, but scholars have offered different ideas. Townsend and Wright believe her interregnum may have been due to a combination of her frustration with the plethora of Radcliffe imitators in the market and the mixed reviews she received for The Italian. Source, Victoria DeHart's The Enchanting Anne Radcliffe. Cited Radcliffe's refrain. Amid bad reviews not unlike Radcliffe's, as Nick Groom writes again from the Oxford World's Classics of the Italian. Source, Regency Literature's A Regency History Guide to the Mysteries of Udolpho by Anne Radcliffe. As to risibility, a notorious letter condemning terrorist novel writing accused Radcliffe of provoking a fashion to make terror the order of the day by confining the heroes and heroines in old gloomy castles full of specters, apparitions, ghosts, and dead men's bones. If a curtain is withdrawn, there is a bleeding body behind it. If a chest is open, it contains a skeleton. If a noise is heard, somebody is receiving a deadly blow, and if a candle goes out, its place is sure to be supplied by a flash of lightning. Groom notes how the letter in question explicitly attacks Radcliffe's system of terror for being monotonous, ignorant, and contaminated by monk Lewis's horror writings, to which Radcliffe herself would never write another novel, but whose 1826 posthumous appearance in On the Supernatural in Poetry distances herself from the French Revolution and its terrors, radicalism, and Lewis. Source, shining a light on things. Culminating in Rowling is the end-all be-all of British neoliberalism sold to Americans. Source, artist, Mary Grand Pré. Give me a boy until he is 7, and I will show you the man, Aristotle once said, a deeply reactionary asshole in his own right, and one Phyllis happily rode like an ass. In some cases, things are marked out from the moment of birth to rule or be ruled. Source, Born to Rule, from Bernard Brandon Scott's Aristotle on Our Dilemma, an interlude. Following suit or taking over, Rowling would disguise her ideology in a young adult Trojan horse, the original which Athena designed for Odysseus alongside her mirror shield, the Aegis, for Perseus, but I digress. Writing her first book, The Philosopher's Stone, in 1997, or The Sorcerer's Stone for American audiences above, and becoming increasingly turfish post-Gamergate, roughly 2 centuries after Radcliffe disappeared, bought the farm in 1797 and 1823, respectively. Radcliffe's abject franchise aged with the fans, becoming a conveyor belt of garbage the great enchantress would soon to behold. Indeed, Rowling's a Gothic villain Radcliffe would have written about in her own novels, i.e. tied to a system of theft the older woman's last novel seemingly touches on. This may explain why everything is under scrutiny in the Italian. It is a novel suffused with secrets and mysteries, and pervaded by scrutiny, examination, and interrogation. It looks forward to a society in which order is enforced by institutions keeping individuals under perpetual surveillance. As such, the Italian is very much a novel for the 21st century. Source, Groom's Introduction. It bears repeating that the villains in the Italian included the Spanish Inquisition, an apt metaphor regarding precisely the kind of surveillance state Rowling wants to bring to Britain and America, i.e. while hoodwinking everyone using old dead martyrs who sacrifice orphans to Dark Lords, what people nowadays call the Epstein class. Rowling's The Dark Lord, Dumbledore, and Voldemort, 2 sides of the same coin she and her books and other counter-activism viciously abused to protest rebellion, are a capital decays into fascism, a theme explored in other authors tilling the soil over Tolkien's grave below. Source, Mythopedia, cited Hail Caesar, or Balor the Leveler as gay zombie Caesar in Myth, The Fallen Lords. I digress. Here I want to be holistic while addressing Rowling's universal bigotries tied to state vampirism, so I'll be addressing stuff periodically as it comes to me. I'll try not to add essays or articles that discuss the same topic. If I do, it will cover different aspects of a given subject, e.g. John Lithgow selling out as covered by Jessie Gender versus her covering Nick Frost. Expect trans stuff, other criticisms of Harry Potter, and racism and making Snape black to all grow. Lastly, not everything relates directly to Rowling or her work, but still supplies information that critiques her alongside capitalism, which Harry Potter essentially emulates in fantastical language. Camp them accordingly. Remind Rowling she's mortal, that capital makes people like her universally cruel, hateful, and paranoid, i.e. dragons, and in ways that are ultimately in vain, addicted to violence, alienating her from company and creation, for which her armor and weapons, mainly lies, are to no avail. The magic mirror on the wall, a mythically narcissist refrain, dooming them to eat themselves, and those around them turf-style, before dying of old age, bereft of genuine, unabusive love, or as Federici put it, cited in Hot Allostatic Load, and then in Policing the Whore. One lesson we can draw from the return of witch hunting is that this form of persecution is no longer bound to a specific historic time. It has taken on a life of its own, so that the same mechanisms can be applied to different societies whenever there are people in them that have to be ostracized and dehumanized. Witchcraft accusations, in fact, are the ultimate mechanism of alienation and estrangement, as they turn the accused, still primarily women, into monstrous beings dedicated to the destruction of their communities, therefore making them undeserving of any compassion and solidarity. We can camp these devices for our own aims, often borrowed from classic stories, franchised into cash cows below. But again, we share the same stages in duality. To that, language is simply a tool, and objection and its Promethean elements are anisotropic. Everything sits within a cycle of imaginary history that plays out through an endless genocidal mirroring that must, if it is to cease, be met with mirrors. Source, author's forward. So is the Gothic mirror-imaged Mies and a mime as a whole, which is essentially whores, per the nuclear model, is canonically under attack, homewreckers, witches or otherwise, overlapping with goblins, vampires, werewolves, and so on, relegate mid-partition to hellish territories workers bring to Earth for different goals. To promote different virtues and or vices from hell, the underworld, the gutter, sewer, what have you, e.g. Shelley's anti-heroic creature borrowed from Milton's Satan, and generally in poetic and theatrical, but also musical, woe is me, language, sex, drugs, and rock and roll, below. Exhibit 34A1, B2, B2, A1, A1B, from With a Little Help from My Friends. I may be bad, but I feel good. A resident alien queen bitch. Fun fact, the witch in The Wizard of Oz was originally supposed to be Hollywood glamorous, not that I ever thought Margaret Hamilton was ugly, a handsome-ass divorcee, to be sure. A history you can see in just about any rendition as, pardon the expression, butterface, big noses, hinting at the anti-Semitic origins of canonical witch hunts, myths, i.e. something to subvert musically in shows like The Worst Witch, and gentrify again with the Harry Potter franchise sans music. Monstrous feminine are always fascist-adjacent and undead because capital will always triangulate them against labor in bad faith. But luckily we can reclaim that critical bite through our own interrogation's iconoclastic campy performances, i.e. we take the torture dungeon and its aesthetic, whatever the material or color scheme, back from capital and its stereotypical, profit-driven embodiments. Fascists are zombies because the state turns them into unthinking slaves that defend capital in decay. Communists are zombies because we, like Frankenstein's creature, live consciously with trauma as part of who we are. For a recent critique of the zombie story that humanizes it, consider Dominic Mitchell's 2013 In the Flesh. Meanwhile, states live by the sword, die by the sword, making those who serve them Roman fools. They rape by design and die by design, alienated from creation, but also death, i.e. as all the usual cop-victim, boomer-bust contradictions enter crisis, first in tragedy, then in farce, camp, witches in turn are whores, and whores tokenize, police other whores in pimp-like, highly fetishized ways. So hit 'em where it hurts, find their wound, and pour salt on it, repeatedly, until they beg for mercy. Don't stop. Make it your joy, your treasure, your magnum opus, all the way down, as I have here, cutting Rowling down to size. Tell them as they die that Medusa lives, thriving in big, small, light, dark ways to usurp her would-be conquerors from beyond the grave, dead whores who refuse to bend the knee. Power aggregates and arbitrates, of which men, and those who act like men inside the man-box, are green, fear to highly fragile degrees, i.e. what they can't control. There's some whores in this house. Turn that into a weapon. Rip and tear until it is done. Source: Materia Collective. Trans stuff. Transgender, Ancient Histories, We Have Always Existed, Episode 1, Introduction. Ancient Transgender, LGBTQ, Queer History. Artist Queen Chameleon. This gender stuff is just a trend. Actually, evidence of gender variation exists as early as 2nd millennium BCE. In ancient Greece and Rome, some priests crossed gender boundaries. There are cultures that have always recognized more than two genders. The gender binary is a Western colonial invention. What were you saying? Jesse Genders, The Fascist Politics of Forgetting, The Violence of the Archive and the Fascist Politics of Forgetting, Bridget Empire's All Transphobes Are Racist, Cancel Me Daddy, and Jesse Gender After Dark. We follow J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter money. Here's where it actually goes, covering everything from cancel culture, Rowling's legacy tied to fascism, weaponized nostalgia in Hollywood, the ancient quality of trans rights, the efficacy of boycotts and more, cartoon lampooning, how Rowling uses money from franchise to fund anti-trans legislation, and how many reactionary moderate fans are in their late 30s. J.K. Rowling uses profits from this franchise to fund anti-trans legislation. Aw, I wanted Ravenclaw. I'm 39 years old. Bridget Empires don't watch the Harry Potter TV show and anti-trans legislation in India, who the British have colonized for centuries. James Woodall's What Does Harry Potter Mean Now? Unlike Tolkien, Lucas, Cameron, or Martin, who were all bigoted in some shape or form, Rowling's post-novel career has actively, openly, and aggressively advocated for genocide against queer folk. Jesse Gender After Darks, John Lithgow and the Illusion of Allyship, actors protesting while taking Judas pay. Jesse Gender After Darks, the liberal whitewashing of J.K. Rowling, discussing Nick Frost and others. Joseph Fisher's Tom Felton Never Really Left Hogwarts, the original Draco Malfoy actor sucking up to Rowling versus the other child actors who don't. Legion Miller's The Attack on Trans People is Ramping Up, tied to Christo-fascism, Gamergate, and sports. Riverboat Jacks, The State of Trans Rights in the United States, establishment predation on both sides. StoryCorps, Love Lost and Found, Stonewall Out Loud, interviewing trans Vietnam vets. Source Emma Barnett's original Stonewall protesters urge Pride Parade to remember its roots. Other criticisms of Harry Potter, toxic love, disabilities, and much more. Dead Domains, HBO's Harry Potter fuels bigotry with outdated nostalgia slop, target audience, jaded millennials. Galen Conrad's Is Harry Potter Original? Agra Muglia's Was Harry Potter Ever Good? A section Harry Potter is British imperialism, which ties to Tolkien, Lucas, and other 20th century Eurocentric monomyth stories. Hoots Humans, Is Harry Potter Bad? Tons of stuff, but also more emphasis on Rowling's racist, ethnocentric world. Caroline Easom's Top 28 Female Characters in Harry Potter, and What They Say About Rowling, the author's internalized gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss misogyny, white neoliberal second-wave feminism, general and extensive hatred of cis women alongside trans women, e.g. biracial women, and the sole woman of color versus the blonde, blue-eyed status quo, i.e. women are virgins or whores, victims or abusers to various tokenizing extremes. Madame Maxine, the half-breed self-hating giantess, Lily Potter, the Hibernian Madonna, Angela Johnson, the franchise's singular token woman of color, and Cho Chang, Rowling's token Asian girl, Orientalist love interest for Harry to phone and forget, failing the Bechdel test. Okay to be fats, we need to talk about Dudley Dursley, Harry Potter and fatphobia, but especially the idea that fat people are bullies, selfish, and greedy, sheep in the boxes, the concerted politics of Harry Potter, anti-Semitism and Jewish conspiracy theories, homophobia, furryphobia, and Rowling's deliberate AIDS metaphor tied to werewolves, her aporophobia, hibernophilia and slavery apologia, and carceral violence and Orientalism. Ross's exploring animal cruelty and mistreatment in Harry Potter. Magic by Michaela's Movie Hermione versus Book Hermione, animal cruelty by torturing humans turned into animals. Quinn Curio's Rowling, Why Does Slytherin Still Exist? Verified evil in a socially segregated space, plus Snape being Rowling's favorite character, an honorary Gryffindor proving his work to the man. Essence of Thoughts, J.K. Rowling is in the Epstein Files, but it gets worse. A healthy dose of Franz, Why Snape is Absolute Garbage, the movie's watering Snape down, child abuse. Sarcastic choruses, Can We Stop Romanticizing Snape? Fetishizing Snape through stalking, and toxic, obsessive, unrequited, entitled love. Strange Eons, the story of Snape wives, fetishizing Snape to cult-like extremes. Strange Eons, Mrs. Scribes, fanfiction empire of lies, the cryptic nature of early internet fandoms. The Birdman's exposing the grift, Harry Potter, and the curious case of Black Snape, anti-Semitism, love potions, and rape fantasies, false bloodlines. Ember Green, Harry Potter is also ableist. In a culture of individualism and cruelty under neoliberalism, namely that there are no moral actions in Harry Potter, only moral teams. R.E. Sean, Harry tortures others willy-nilly, the mad scientist trope. Source thumbnail, Jessica Kellgren, Fozzards, is Harry Potter ableist? Yes. 1. I'm not against framing a world as nightmarish to critique some aspect of itself that pertains to a real-world counterpart. The problem is, Rowling does it unironically. She establishes a moral order and maintains it to make money, disseminate neoliberal dogma and fascism. She's Margaret Thatcher meets the worst witch, taking drama and turning it into something to fetishize or galvanize the narrative. Broken brooders to fix or pity and lust after as forbidden, like Pinocchio or the Phantom of the Opera. Disabled people and other marginalities to present as irreparable and or dangerous, and a hero who paradoxically gets stronger from their trauma that, in the same breath, makes them the story's sole focus. All of this sits within a punitive order that prioritizes individualism and cruelty under neoliberalism, a system that, by the way, benefits white straight men and their token oft-white wives and sidekicks over other people who are different, including racial minorities, queer folk, indigenous people, and disabled persons, etc. Harry isn't black, he's white. He isn't crippled, he's resilient, and reminds everyone of that by his own actions, the story conveniently populated with characters and scenery that simultaneously lionize him while emblematizing his would-be shortcomings and others. He's a paragon who's ordinary and special, better than other people, and places Rowling bends over backwards to lessen, thus elevate her own protagonist and subsequent worldview. It's chaotic and, more to the point, apologetic of the very things Rowling celebrates and upholds under capitalist realism. State predation. Rainbow capitalism is just a wider net to cast and turn people towards cops, victims, feeding on everyone. I.e., neoliberals don't care about you, disabled or otherwise, safe to exploit you however they can. The wizarding world is a Trojan horse, and cunning recognition gonna recognize, Palestine or otherwise, John the Duncan. So better to realize that sooner versus later, with many more essays coming out to critique canon, decolonize Harry Potter in later years. Above. Reading footnotes 18 and 19. Or a character inside the setting who is equally conflicted, e.g. Snape and similar characters above. Believe it or not, I don't hate Snape the character until Rowling tries to redeem him in ways that feel forced. He's already the beaky-nosed, dark-haired foreigner with pale skin, meaning of vague Eastern descent seen in early Neo-Gothic novels that simultaneously romanticize and mistrust anything outside east of England, e.g. Radcliffe's Italian. It's anti-Semitic, no less so than Peter Pettigrew, aka Wormtail, a nod below to Grima Wormtongue, another Tolkien allusion. A visibly rat-like man echoing Max Schreck's Orlok from F.W. Murnau's Nosferatu, who betrays his friends for the enemy, and, well, takes on the qualities of rats seen in anti-Semitic narratives, Blanco Bell, revived by the Nazis, then displaced by Tolkien and others into Orientalist spheres after World War II, the formation of the Israeli ethno-state, RE, React number 2, Orientalism and the Gothic. Exhibit number 3, source, top-bottom, Anthony Breznican's The Undying Mystery of Max Schreck. The first Nosferatu. Gothic rarefies different qualities like dragons and greed, but also stigmas and fears tied to older cultural practices that are either coming back, never really left. RE Bloodlight Belt. Again, refer to a crash course introduction to vampires and witches for a deeper look into that topic. An idle hands for Bloodlight Belt tied to witchcraft, sodomy, and to a lesser degree, Orientalism. The same bat-like ears tied to goblins, and the fear of a queer uprising generally translates to a perversion of the nuclear home, reproductive order corrupting the blood. The metaphors mix in ways we can fuck with, too. Rowling used them to further stereotypes, not combat or interrogate them in any meaningful way. A poetic material means for her to get rich at the expense of others, accusing them of feeding grossly while actually being the one to do it herself. I digress. Making Snape the disgruntled and sexually awkward outsider with reactionary views black doesn't change that on its own, meaning they'd have to pull a ship of Theseus and fundamentally alter the character beyond what I suspect Rowling would appreciate, a witch who has her spoon in many a cauldron regarding her precious franchise and its endless resurrections. It'd be easier to simply make a new character than force blackness onto them. Turncoats are a fascinating character archetype, race traders conflict worth exploring on its own. E.g., Trammell Tillman's fabulous Milchek constantly reconciling his place in a racist corporate machine that exploits everyone, and Gershwin Eustace Jr. as Tamarin Barcona from Severance and Andor respectively, top and bottom, below. Source, who's Frederick Brennan, footnote 17. Those characters and their conflicts work because they don't try to obscure the material forces at play. If anything, they balloon and push them further into focus through the characters' actions. I can add colors to the chameleon, change shapes with Proteus for advantages, and set the Murdius Machiavel to school. Source, Henry VI. To deny BIPOC the chance to be evil on stage is to infantilize silence them, everywhere, but to shove them into an already bigoted pre-existing role without thought invites violence. Such things must be handled with care, affording agency to the actor while combating racism in honest ways. BIPOC can betray their interests and redeem themselves, on stage and off. Similar to authors of color, for footnote number 19, making new works, dissecting Lovecraft, R.E. Who's Frederick Brennan, footnote 1. They're not just buying and praising the guy as T.S. Josie does. Source, H.P. Lovecraft, biographer, rages against ditching of author as fantasy prize emblem. They're making something new out of old dead parts and platitudes. If the new and the next weird movements can do that with him, then Rowling's cadaver is ripe for the taking, so to speak. Figured we may as well read this footnote. To an extent, yes, but never fully away from it either. An idea explored not just by me, Ari, Mandy, homophobia, and the problem of futile revenge, but other authors too, e.g. Logan Nance, who writes, Howard Phillips Lovecraft was a prominent horror author of the 1920s and 30s who helped pioneer the cosmic horror genre. Lovecraft's racism is well known, but most of the literature on Lovecraft is from literary scholars, not historians, and the works which attempt to connect Lovecraft to his times are lacking. His many letters have been overlooked as historical sources, and many authors perpetuate a false belief that Lovecraft repudiated his racism as he grew older. Lovecraft engaged with a variety of different beliefs about race, such as a racist interpretation of eugenics, anti-immigration nativism, and scientific racism. Lovecraft did undergo a shift in how he perceived certain racial groups, such as Poles and Italians, shifting slightly from a biological understanding of race to a more cultural one, which focused on inherited traditions, customs, and values common to a particular race. But this shift did not apply to African Americans, whom Lovecraft still considered biologically inferior up until his death in 1937. Source: popular purity, change over time with the racial views of H.P. Lovecraft. This being said, it's not unheard of for black authors to use Lovecraft's racism against him, i.e. as part of something positive, anti-racist. P. DeGelis Clark's most recent book, Ring Shout, is a story of the rebirth of the Ku Klux Klan, aided by dark sorcery and monsters. He says Lovecraft's own themes and ideas can be used against him and white supremacy today. We took the stuff that you created, and in many cases you didn't have our characters at heart. You didn't have people who look like us at heart. You actually had us in very negative roles, and we're going to take it from you, and we're going to flip it around, Clark says. We're going to do what we want with it. And there's nothing you can do about it. My writing is not an ode to Lovecraft. It's more so a jab. Source: Matthew Lezin, Writers, How Writers Are Turning H.P. Lovecraft's Racist Work on Its Head. I think you get the point. Two, Gothic is the study and expression of trauma, complex and generational or otherwise, on people and poetic language, i.e. to speak the unspeakable from positions of relegation in the thick of it. To that, I'm trans, and many of my friends are trans. I and others don't mind being framed through alien language, provided it humanizes while commenting on our systemic dehumanization by state powers, i.e. we have always been people, deserving of empathy, love, and respect, while having our stories told by us, not our homeless captors, e.g. Penelope Naomi, above. A stylist aesthete who also does sex work. She agreed to appear in this piece to punch up while being seen and heard, i.e. we are neither infected nor intent on destroying anything around us. We just want to live in peace, but society, under capital state vampirism, its own imagination limited by capitalist and socialist realism, needs a whore to squeeze. That whore is the earth, the stars, the whole universe, under Cartesian thought, the world literally at stake when the ruling class have it in their sights. When Alexander saw the breadth of his domain, he wept, for there were no more worlds to conquer. Source: Anthony Madrid's And Alexander Wept, cited Scouting the Field. Source: NASA. In turn, cartography is the technology, therefore language, of conquest, of stealing power from the past, including the primordial past, to keep the state ruling class alive in Promethean ways. A geography is destiny, insofar as the Earth, colonized by white straight men while being taken to the stars, in and out of fantastical realms, are a canonical essentialism. To that, a person's humanity isn't discrete, doesn't separate from their trauma, and stories about their trauma as abject, tied to nature. Instead, the latter helps the former grow, with trans people growing under state workers trying to closet them while conquering nature as alien. So we fags push like seedling flowers towards the sun, born in the wrong bodies to discover who we really are in the vacuum of space. The world is a vampire under capitalist realism, and not much has honestly changed since Sagan's famous observation, source The Pale Blue Dot, cited Time as a Circle. If anything, capital gonna capital, regardless of where it goes. Exploration equals exploitation. The state must feed, or it will die. And it will die regardless while devouring the earth, i.e. through makeshift veneers of conquest taken to space. the so-called Final Frontiers liberal exploration narrative, astronoetics, sitting alongside earlier and continuous mythologies of frontier rooted in terra firma that resurrect like a zombie, lifting from undead 1800s, age of imperialism, ethnocentrism, and xenophobia, RE making demons, into late-stage capital in its death throes. Assimilation is poor stewardship, salvation awaiting among the alien. State demonics offer Faustian contracts that worker demons must camp and subvert. So we have no choice but to transform our environment, lifting it and ourselves, our unknown pleasures, away from state predation, RE is canonically incumbent on universal bigotry and abject us versus them language. To exist is to infringe, meaning on an already colonized world, one mapped out centuries in advance by long-dead Ozymandians, charting almost out in perpetuity. Source: Straight Dog Water or Saving Alien Earth from a Freudian Snob. From the Americans to the Soviets to the Chinese, said predation starts small, before crisis goes increasingly inwards to the qualities of capital, like a black hole. This includes heteronormativity, but also settler colonialism and Cartesian thought. The state is white, straight, and or male to modular degrees of intersecting bigotries, e.g. racism and tokenism in that respect. Racism and making Snape black. Whether they want it to or not, BIPOC's skin color always tells his story. Rowling's story fetishizes Snape, suddenly a black man versus bat-like or untrustworthy in a general easterly sense, see footnote 18, and made that way by a straight white female billionaire pulling the strings. She's the slaver's wife, one who forces readers to face the uncomfortable chance of a book-accurate adaptation, except for Snape being black, a half-blood prince to be specific. He's the Drake of the wizarding world. One whose comely appearance and biracial backstory see him embracing insider-outsider dialogues. To assimilate, making him ugly would also be problematic, however. By failing to change anything else, the show invites readers to confront racism, yes, but also runs the risk of simply exposing the racism already there, without a lesson or a moral beyond yet another wasted chance at effective representation. As Faustian, little more than cunning recognition, a neoliberal staple under Harry Potter's rainbow capitalism for token people. Under this interpretation, Snape's an ex-thug turned house slave, simping for the white woman who left him for his would-be lyncher. Source: Ian Arton's The Harry Potter TV reboot should keep Severus Snape white. Footnote number 20. We all know where this leads, to further harassment of black people online and off, Arton writes. You can always tell something is neoliberal when the bigoted corporate executives say they care, then do something deliberately apathetic/exploitative. Shannon E. Johnson's The Snape casting conversation we need to have, the consequences of making a character black from a black female perspective. The first, Okiro's Snape should not be black from a black male perspective, saying how Snape being black makes Harry and his dad racist. Casual View Production 2056's The 5 Rules of Snape of race-swapping characters and why Snape fails them, according to a white male perspective. Rule 3, no harmful stereotypes tied to the character's moral trajectory if the character is race-swapped. Carolina Easom's J.K. Rowling's weird and problematic plot choices in Harry Potter, a white female perspective to an overrepresentation of white women that's still unrepresented compared to men than non-white women. Caroline Easom's Top 30 Worst Characters in Harry Potter, an exhaustive white female perspective on various problematic characters, including Rowling's minstrel grade slavery apologia, more white savior bullshit, Winky the alcoholic house elf who drinks herself into a stupor after she's liberated. Cat Black's In Defense of Crossdressers, Fear of Crossdress and BDSM, parallel to Snape and address pointing to older ideas of homophobia and theater tropes, E.G. Lewis's Matilda from The Monk, whose gender binary Rowling upholds, alongside conversations about crossdress that should transcend gender binaries or race alone, which many bad actors help perpetrate, with Cat Black being a black trans woman kinkster navigating such things in ways we can apply to Rowling and Snape. Geopolitics. Imperialism doesn't stay in books, but bounces back and forth into real life, e.g. incest in Japanese media, moe, ahego, incest, and eco-fascism in Japanese exports. To sell Goldilocks imperialism and controlled opposition to workers, Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, and Harry Potter, and to neoliberalism out of Bretton Woods. It bears repeating that Rowling's world is essentially capitalist realism, a form of neoliberal dogma, to introduce and uphold treating everything else as threat during state vampirism, but it speaks to larger forces at work outside itself the fear of state collapse and cessation of peace, state predation in disguise, a nightmare scenario that conjures up scapegoats to unveil and banish in the same breath from Radcliffe's Black Veil onwards. While Rowling was intimating Radcliffe's Gothic from earlier centuries, she didn't live under the French Revolution. She lived under Thatcher and Blair in ways that shaped her worldview going forwards. Currently, the imperial order on the world stage is shifting in ways that threaten to collapse by design, and the world of Harry Potter, monomyth, bread, and circus, is baked anew and sold again, in ways to mollify the masses, triangulate them towards state foes. The sins of the past manifest in the present, and generally in Gothic stories designed to hide and reveal state secrets where convenient. But what about the real world they connect to? In other words, what about the desert of the real outside the Matrix, which again Hogwarts basically is? Step back histories, what's happening in Iran is so much worse than you think, regarding fossil fuels, geopolitics, and fascism, the poverty draft. Reason TV's Is It War? The nature of state obfuscation regarding predation through war. Bad actors, those eager to replace current orders, generally don't go far enough, compromise to gain traction while falling back on in-group status. RE, the universal class subject is white and straight and paid. C, a Gothic researcher, author, sex worker, activist responds to Woke is Dead featuring John the Duncan. Indeed, states die to replace historically by other states, which are categorically white, straight, and male to modular degrees mid-predation. So any criticisms I have of Rowling and Harry Potter extend to bad actors playing at rebellion through state action, i.e. conservatism with a coat of red paint, or apolitical love towards dogmatic media. It's not something that comes up much in Harry Potter the novels, but whose half-real masquerade speaks to the defense of power's continuation at the top by waving false flags similar to Rowling's, or even in reference to, e.g. Marxist-Leninists of the dated Stalinist and or Maoist sort, utilizing socialist realism to punch down at the same victims Rowling herself does. That's too big a topic to discuss here at length, more than we already have, so I'll merely leave you with past research. It emphasizes one bad actor inside a larger worldview whose theories, under Marx, Stalin, and Mao, etc., historically exclude trans people and other minorities, especially women. In short, they have no shame, are basically incels who, scared of sex, which the state polices, punch down in ways that vilify and infantilize whores and those treated like whores. Source Skeet, Vanderwart Art, October 15th, 2025, cited Raising Awareness. If you want to read this, you can. It's a collage, and we've already read most of it. My addressing Bad Empanada Lives Relative Transphobia. My essay number 4 slurs on activism, critiquing contrapoints, plus her narcissism. My essay number 7, Transphobe Bad Empanada Goes Mask Off. My react number 27, Bad Empanada Calls for Genocide, calls trans, plural, and furry folk useless eaters. My essay number 9, Two-Faced Sellout or Bad Empanada, From Anti-Zionist to Turf Swerf Incel. My Anarcho-Communism versus Marxist-Leninism, A Critique, or Charlytics, A Queer Marxist Turf and Swerf. As they say in response to my video, Anarcho-Communism versus Marxist-Leninism, A Critique, or Charlytics, A Queer Marxist Turf and Swerf. This is the same unhinged thing you did to Bad Empanada in a harassment campaign like a month ago. So, birds of a feather flock together. Bridging the gap. Reversing state predation requires working among people with differing ratios of privilege oppression, consuming Gothic material as shaping how we think, e.g. wizards and witches, those from Rowling's canon part of Gothic's broader sex, drugs, and rock and roll, which dragons and witches basically are, as vice characters. I don't have any examples of working within the Harry Potter fandom itself, but do know fans therein who will defend their franchise through selective memory and rose-tinted glasses. Moreover, can struggle to understand amid ignorance happens in the face of critiquing things we either love and or fear that shape us, which applies to any popular media under the sun, as something to consume, create, and critique in ways that change how we think, re, inside the larger sociomaterial dialectic of the alien. In short, we have to risk being annoying to solve larger societal problems from different ratios of privilege and oppression butting heads. The example I give here is racism and heavy metal, i.e. conversing with people different than myself about something we all love to find common ground, develop a better world from within society under capital state hegemony, re, the Matrix, aka Plato's Cave, during capitalist realism. My Is Metal Racist? Tons of sources. My replying to John Barbas, racism tied to sexism and transphobia, and fighting them with allies, are intersectional awareness and solidarity. Calibrating Gothic. Speaking of Plato's Cave, those who sell an illusion to us that claim to set us free often uphold the status quo, i.e. as default position, or something to aspire to, normalize, which workers camp imperfectly. The Wachowskis made The Matrix while still in the closet, for example. The later stories in that franchise working within a straight white hero as trappings to escape. Same idea with Harry Potter and similar Gothic works. Inclusivity and expanded understanding of oppression is paramount, while still speaking to liminal positions, a feeling like we're in the closet, in some shape or form, the so-called blue pill. To that, and being trans myself, I would recommend a better starting point than simply Harry Potter or The Matrix. Yes, those heroes can change into secret sides of themselves potentially, but what if they were closer to the mark from the get-go? I saw the TV glow above still wrestles with the closet and its monomyth hero becoming a cop, yet in doing so it works within a semi-consciously queer Promethean allegory versus an unconscious one, while still playing with the language of dreams, fear, and mythical characters, overlapping race and gender tied to class war, i.e. it straddles the fence, and in my best friend Ginger's words, is 1 foot in, 1 foot out the whole time, teetering on the edge of discovery. The delay is deliberate because it speaks to being in the closet versus the Matrix power fantasy sometimes eclipsing the social ecological concerns, i.e. queer homonormativity and sex-centric canon. Starburst and Unkissed, I saw the TV called Alternate MV, a film about actually being trans, not trans tacked on. Learning from others. Gothic is learning from the past as something to reify and reimagine. R.A. the simulacrum, including bad boys and curious maidens alienated by capital, encouraged to fetishize themselves and each other for profit, with Snape inspired largely by ambiguous rakes like Emily Bronte's Heathcliff below. To that, I'm just a drop in the bucket, as are the people I mentioned up until now. There are plenty of Gothic scholars to consider beyond myself, thus plenty of different pieces of media to re-examine through a different lens on the ages, e.g. Dr. Sam Hurst, someone whose work on asexuality and holistic approach to Gothic inspired my own, R.A. Crash Course, an introduction to asexuality and demisexuality. Source, Hurst's Romancing Wuthering Heights, a History of Adaptation, interactive online workshop. Dr. Sam Hurst, Zephoia and the Female Gothic, Themes of Sexism, Empowerment, and Racism in Zephoia. Rachel Knowles, Jane Austen's Northanger Abbey, and the Mysteries of Udolpho. In conclusion, changing how we see as already dead, cited monsters, magic, and myth, modularity, and class. Like The Matrix before it, Harry Potter feels central to many people's view of reality. In short, it becomes reality by replacing anything actual with something without a concrete original, i.e. Plato's Cave, simulacrum. But Gothic has tremendous iconoclastic potential, the monopolies on such things ultimately mythical themselves, i.e. violence, terror, and monsters. Question reality within itself as something to reinvent, and do so in a long lineage of arbiters seeing capital and the state before it as dead on arrival, already dead. Cited Monsters, Magic and Myth, Modularity, and Class. From Plato to Dante, Shakespeare, Milton, Radcliffe, the Shelleys, Marx, Parenti, the Wachowskis, and Rowling, to us. Nothing is sacred but universal liberation, as stewards of nature who all come from stand alongside nature as habitually exploited by state powers doomed to die. One ring to rule them all. Assimilation is poor stewardship. Segregation no defense. Silence, death. And liberation and exploitation share the same stages, the same bodies and costumes on and off said stages. Death equals exploitation, but also radical change liberating workers mid-incarceration. So take what is both forbidden, so canonically back to us, forbidden, and camp it yourselves, subverting Harry Potter and similar Gothic media into weapons for universal liberation, A, by taking pre-capitalist language, the Gothic's wisdom of the ancients, and indigenous people's wisdom of the ancestors, RE, the value in showing intersectional solidarity when combating fascism to push induality towards a post-scarcity world. In other words, no homeless children while defending Gothic for some. Weird iconoclastic nerds fuck with Gothic's deconstructive potential versus weird canonical nerds who don't. To that, Hogwarts is homeless, a dead city hungering to devour its citizens Dementor style, a bit like Minas Morgul, whose vampirism in Tolkien I also explore, RE concerning rings. Walk away from homeless duckies, hugging the alien from inside. a replica where subversion occurs, danger disco, our mind as extensions of capital, and capital as extensions of our minds when we reverse objection during Ludo-Gothic BDSM, to seize state predation and unmask false outsiders like Rowling or Musk above cited modularity in class and class. Don't give them your power by supporting their garbage. Take yours back, making your own in all the usual places such battles are fought, or as Porpentine puts it, build among the storms. This concludes the essay. Thank you for reading, and if you sat all the way through it, I'm impressed. It is quite long, but I hope you found something about it informative. I will probably go through and examine some of the citations I have in the extended bibliography and a follow-up video, but I'm not sure, just because there are some other things I'm working on right now that I think take priority, and I honestly think there's enough here and some timestamps per video that you can check out yourselves. So I've done that already, and take what I provide here and do something with it yourselves to punch up against Rowling and the Harry Potter franchise. Until next time, thank you for listening, and stay safe out there, comrades.